Robot fans in Lake City, opening ceremonies will be in 4 minutes. Opening ceremonies in 4 minutes.
All right, good morning, Lake City, Michigan. I know the weather hasn't been great so far today, but I hope everyone got here safely. Hope everyone's doing okay so far, at least mostly awake. Everyone's here safe. But for a second day in a row here for Lake City, please welcome back your Master of Ceremonies, it's Ken Ball.
Thank you, Ethan. Thank you. Yeah, here we are. Our opposing alliance, Jack Frost, Old Man Winter, and the North Wind. So that's just life here in northern Michigan. Good morning, Lake City. We got to have a little more enthusiasm than that. Good morning, Lake City. All right. Here with our title sponsor, AT&T, on the field. Did we have a day of qualification matches yesterday or what? And I mean, we had a day, right? And it almost stretched into the day, but that's fine. But regardless of how it plays out, you got to see the bigger picture. First is really not about the competition. I used to tell people that, what's the robotics about? Well, it's not about the robot. It's about the skills. It's about the education you get. It's about learning to work together to get a goal done. Our season sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation, believes in this and believes in you because they know what it takes to be on a first team. They're investing because they know your future is bright. We have that video.
We are Haas, and we are like you. We attack design opportunities head on, coming up with simple, effective solutions. We use CAD like you, and sometimes CAD like you. We print, we laser, we machine, we build. Technology is advancing fast, and we need you behind the wheel. For careers in design and manufacturing, we believe there is nothing like first-hand experience in CAD, CAM, CNC, and teamwork. We believe the future is bright.
We believe in you.
So a big round of applause for the Gene Haas Foundation for sponsoring this year's event. And our first age season presenting sponsor, Qualcomm. Now, second day opening ceremonies. We like to recognize a bunch of groups that are out here. The first one are the mentors. I'd like to have all the mentors stand up, please. All the mentors in the house. How many here are first-year mentors? This is the first year you got involved in this. Anybody? Yeah, raise your hand. Yeah, did you realize what you were getting into? Yeah, no, yeah, you're stuck. Okay, we're going to compress this a little bit. So if you've been a mentor from 1 to 5 years, please sit down. So we got the 5 to 10s left. We got a few of those. If you were 5 to 10 year mentor, you can sit down. Anybody 10 and up? We got a couple up there. Got a couple up here. All right. Any more gluttons for punishment that have been doing this, like myself, for more than 15 years? You stay standing. The rest of you sit down. Right there. Anabot? 15 plus years. Thank you, mentors. We can't do this without the mentors, right? We you guys go out there and you get a kit of parts, and now what do I do with it? You have someone to kind of guide you through that process. Speaking of mentors, the Woody Flowers Award means a lot to the mentors as it comes from you students. You're the guys that promote this. It's truly an honor to be nominated by this. And to acknowledge our Woody Flowers finalist nominees, please welcome Janet McBride. And mentors, Janet will introduce you. Come on down to the field and be recognized. Janet?
Thank you. I'm honored to be able to recognize our mentors. The nominees for this district event are being shown on the screen. Please come to the floor now and be recognized. We have Dennis Burton from 3536. Annie Stabinski from 6121. Darren Losey from 226. And John Clark from 4776. Where are my people? All right, FIRST Robotics competition stands apart from other competitions in STEM and sports due to the FIRST ethos of gracious professionalism, the concept of cooperation, and our commitment to the FIRST core values. The guiding force behind these principles was Dr. Woody Flowers. In honor of Woody, the late Dr. Murphy Jr. founded the Woody Flowers Award in 1996, and this award celebrates the mentors who lead, inspire, and empower their teams with integrity and gracious professionalism, embodying the values that Professor Woody Flowers championed. These nomination essays are written by the students, not the mentors, and judged by prior championship Woody Flowers winners. Writing these essays helps the team learn the value of effective communication by articulating their appreciation for their mentors and sharing evidence of how their mentors have led the team with actions, words, and guidance. Woody believed that societies get the best of what they celebrate. These nominations celebrate the most respected mentors who model the principles of FIRST. The nominees shown here on the screen will be considered with the nominees from other events in this district, and 3 will be chosen for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award at our district championship. Yay, now we have 2 down here. Then at the championship in Houston, 1 mentor will be selected from the renominated past finalists to receive the 2026 Championship Woody Flowers Award. Thank you for your mentorship, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you each need to give a speech. No, just kidding. All right, congratulations, mentors. Similarly, we want to acknowledge a group of students who were nominated by their teams for emanating the core values of FIRST. This is the FIRST Leadership Award. Students, please stand when your name is called. Mason S. from 141. Alan T., also from 141. Finnegan E. from 3536. Melania R. from 3536. Samantha A. from 4776. Benjamin H. from 4776. Nathan Jr. from 4956. Abigail D. from 7768. Bree P. from 7768. And Christina A. from 8041. Is that it? That's it? Okay. Thought maybe we were going to have a, but wait, there's more moment there. All right. Now it's time to recognize some of the people that helped make this thing together. Judges, welcome back. Did our students impress you? Did they make your job hard? Yeah. That's good. That's good. Well, it's going to get even more difficult to think. I skipped over something, and I shouldn't have done that. I need to give you a proper welcome from Lake City. So Samantha, even though she was hoping I would forget this, from the Misaki Chamber of Commerce is going to come greet you to Lake City properly.
Good morning. Thank you for staying and bearing the weather with us. We appreciate it. I try to skip over the speech in more than one way, but here we are. We want to welcome the teams, family members, and visitors to our town and the Lake City High School. We are honored to host this event once again, and we hope you have enjoyed your time here and will be back. We just want to thank some of the people and organizations for making this competition possible. First of all, I'd like to thank First Robotics of Michigan for giving Lake City the opportunity to host this event once again. It has been a great honor and very valuable to our town and surrounding communities. A special thank you to Lake City High School and all the staff, volunteers, and businesses that have welcomed you and the people behind the scenes for making this competition successful. Being involved with the Chamber and hosting many events throughout the year, I understand the hours and dedication that go into planning and organizing and preparing for an event. Lastly, we'd like to thank the teams, their coaches, for all their hard work before and during the competition. The amount of hours committed and teamwork you have put into your robots have been very impressive, and you should be extremely proud of yourself. Congratulations to you and your teams for being here and allowing us to see your talent. We have enjoyed your presence, and we look forward to having you here in the future. If there's anything else that I can do or the Chamber can do, please reach out. Thank you, and have safe travels home.
All right. Also, let's please welcome back our hardworking referees. Zebras, stand up a second. And let's show our appreciation for your robot inspectors, led by your lead robot inspector, Dennis Hebron. Now, if you don't already know Dennis, and you plan on participating in the playoff matches, you need to see Dennis right after you get off the field, starting with the first qualification match we're going to do. He's down there. His crew is just outside the doors over there, and they will inspect you to make sure that you are qualified for the playoffs. And alliance selection. Yeah, that's all part of it, too. All right. You see this field and all the stuff that goes on here? We got to have the folks back here on the back line to make all this happen. Right. So let's give a big round of applause to your AV, your DJ, your FTAs. FTA Brad Clark, Nova Rudy, and Field Supervisor Kelvin Hartley. Your pit volunteers, especially your awesome pit admins, Samantha Brado, and people behind the scene. And the lady that puts it all together here in Lake City, Rebecca Mason, your event coordinator. Let's give it up. And the person that gets all of us volunteers rounded up together, Adriana Park. And we, the volunteer staff, especially appreciate our food coordinator, Leslie Haynall. All right, I'm going to go off script here a little bit. You see what's going on outside, and a number of teams have decided that discretion is the better part of valor. They were looking at their travel, looking at their situation, and decided that they needed to leave the event either last night or this morning. We hope they're safe. We wish them well. But it also means our last qualification matches here might look a little weird because there'll be some short alliances. Be that as it may, we're going to carry on. Same shtick as yesterday. If you got a phone, make sure you turn your hotspot off. Make sure you put it on silent. All right? We're going to finish up qualifications, then go into line selection, where the top 8, hopefully, teams will select their alliances to go into the playoffs. We'll have a break. Then we'll go into those playoff matches. We'll have award ceremony. We'll sprinkle in awards during the later half of those playoff matches. And then we're going to have an exciting day. And then we're going to pack up and go home. And I have one request, and I know the guys on the back line are going to appreciate this. If you are able to stick around and help tear this field down, Brad and his team would really, really, really appreciate that. All right? So if you are able, please consider doing that. Now, we've got a special treat here in Lake City for our national anthem. Come on up, guys. This tradition was started with a student a couple of years ago that played a guitar solo for the national anthem. Well, that student, well, by golly, he finally graduated, but we've got a couple members of the Michigan Tech First Alumni Association who are going to fill in and play the national anthem. So welcome Noah Bradford and Caroline Fermansky. Please stand as you are able for our national anthem. Once again, that's Noah and Caroline. Are you ready for rebuild? All right, teams, get your robots on the field to get them powered up. And please welcome back once again your game announcer, Ethan the Tin Man Hanser. Okay, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 63. I said this was going to look a little weird. We've got nobody in. Red 1 in the center slot. On red, we've got 7202.
Currently ranked number 7 from Morris, Michigan. They're the Cyber Oriole.
And in third position on red, we've got 1684.
Still ranked number 1 from Lapeer, Michigan. They're the Chimeras.
Blue 1 is empty. Blue 2, let's welcome 141.
Currently ranked number 8 from Holland, it's Wobot.
And rounding out this alliance, we've got 9541.
Rounding out the alliance from Manistee, Michigan, it's M-Stee Squared.
All right, on the AT&T field, drivers behind the line in 3,
No,
2.
no. We'll be okay.
All right, one more time. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2. As you can see, 7202 has had to retire from the field. All right, third time's a charm. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, starting off this autonomous period at first, we got both the Chimeras and Wobot heading to the center of the field to grab some more fuel for their alliance as the Chimeras set up underneath their trash as they absolutely unload a full salvo over towards their red scoring element over there as the Blue Alliance human players are working on their basketball skills over there as the Chimeras pull ahead of both of those Blue Alliance robots over there at first, which means the Alliance specific shift of the match is heading over to the blue side as Wobot's trying to move over there next to their Alliance partners, MST squared, as Wobot's get in position, and they start to unload an almost perfect salvo straight down into the Blue Alliance hub of all that fuel as 9541. Starting to ferry some more fuel over to their Alliance partners as the Chimeras are trying to do what they can as they're trying to get some more fuel over there for their alliance. As now the red human players start playing basketball with that fuel as they're getting some more over towards their red hub. But the Chimeras are trying to move back in position, trying to find the exact right spot. As they're also trying to collect some more fuel at the same time as their shift is winding down back over to the blue side as Wobot, in combination with their alliance partners, they're starting to unload more and more of that fuel as Wobot empties out their entire robot. MST squared also trying to do the same thing with their kitbot. But now the Chimeras, they're ferrying even more fuel over to their side. But the Blue Alliance already has that energized ranking point for their alliance. Switching over to the red side now. And the Chimeras still doing what they're doing, trying to find that exact right spot for when they want to score from, and now they're in position as they are starting to unload all of that fuel down into the hub for their alliance. As they unloaded that salvo, trying to keep on scoring and scoring more points in this match, as there's only a few seconds left in this alliance-specific shift, as we are heading into the endgame period. As now both of these hubs are currently active, as all of that fuel is now raining in from the Blue Alliance, as they are trying to roll away with this game. But the Chimeras are trying to keep themselves in it, as there's only 14 seconds left in the match, as it looks like Wobot and MST squared are trying to crest the 200-point mark, as there's only 5 seconds left, as they might have enough time. Wobot's trying to unleash some more, but they on both sides, we're still trying to score more of those fuel points for the end of qualification match number 63. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores over here. Let's see. As MC Squared and Wellbot take it home with a score of 186 to 63, as they get 4 ranking points, as they both move up in the standings. But the Chimeras actually put a good showing up themselves as they stay in first place after that win. After that loss. Excuse me.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 64, 68. On your Red Alliance, we've got 2586.
From Calumet, they're the Copper Bots.
They ain't scared of no weather, that's for sure. In the center spot, we've got 3603.
Currently ranked number 2 from Reed City, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
And riding out this Red Alliance, they're rookies and they came to play. 11-4-35.
From Big Rapids, they're the St. Peter's High School Raider Bots. Rounding out that Red Alliance.
Coming down on blue, we've got 10-4-21.
From Baldwin, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
In the center spot on blue, we've got 55-47.
From Hale, Michigan, they're the Talons.
Rounding out our Blue Alliance, we've got 71-55.
From Manton, they're the Robotic Rangers.
Ethan, that cord looks like it might be important.
Maybe that bearing, too. There's a bearing in there.
Like I mentioned last night, particularly true in this somewhat unusual end to this event that we have here, your scouting and alliance selection strategy is going to be pretty important. So look around who's here, who's able to help you out, and be ready to make a pick, because a lot of times, a lot of teams that were down the list and thought, I'm not going to play in the playoffs, you probably playing. All right, we're ready here on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right away at the start of this autonomous period, the Cyber Coyotes are the first team headed to the center of the field to try to grab more fuel for their alliance as they start to unload right next to all of their human players over on the red side. But the Blue Alliance robots are pulling away so far. And now as the drivers take control, it was a one-point game between our alliances here. But since the Blue Alliance scored more in autonomous, it's the Red Alliance that has their first specific shift of the match. As both the Copper Bots and the Cyber Coyotes trying to score whatever they can as Calumet decides to dip into the Red Alliance depot first, as the St. Peter's Raider Bots are trying to move around and ferry some more fuel over to their alliance partners, as the Cyber Coyotes are trying to get unstuck with that piece of fuel, as they do just in time for the Blue Alliance shift to begin right now, as it looks like your team from Hale, that's the Talons, unleashed a full salvo as they're trying to move around and collect more fuel for their alliance, as the Robotic Rangers out of Manton also empty out their robot of that fuel. They're landing some of those shots, but it looks like the Talons are right next to them as they unload some for their alliance. But now it's the Red Alliance's turn to try to extend their lead, as Calumet and Reed City are in full force next to their human players over there behind the outpost, as the Raider Bots are doing what they do best in this match, is helping out their alliance partners by getting more fuel over to them, as there is a minute left in play, less than a minute left in play, as the Red Alliance is getting close to getting that energized ranking point. But there's one more alliance-specific shift to be had, as it looks like the Robotic Rangers and the Talons are doing what they can to try to bring this game back in their favor with 44 seconds left in the match. As 104-21, still trying to move some of that fuel around for their alliance partners, or potentially collect some more for their alliance. But their human players now on that side are starting to fire away, trying to work on shooting threes, as now we are in our end game period, as both of these hubs are active, but everyone on the red side decides to unload, as they are more than enough for the way to getting that energized ranking point for their alliance, as it looks like 11435 was trying to get in a position for a possible level 1 hang for their alliance, but Reed City and Calumet still trying to move around, collect more fuel, but the Blue Alliance robots are trying to do the same thing before the end of qualification match number 64. The lights are still purple, which means that it's the field reset's turn to get in there and clean up all the spilt fuel. As it looks like I've got the scores now, let's take a look on the screen. With a score of 153-55, with the Red Alliance getting that energized ranking point. They get 4 ranking points, and Reed City Cyber Coyotes reclaim first place after that win.
Let's meet our teams for this next qualification match. Down here on red, the Sharks are swimming alone. I got to tell you, it's 49-56.
From Whitehall, Michigan, they're the Robo Sharks. Rounding out the Red Alliance, and they are currently ranked number 6. Wow, that was the quickest introduction I ever had.
On your Blue Alliance, we've got 49-83.
49-83, that's the Iron Bots. They're from Mansalona.
In the center spot, 96-50.
From Mayo, they're the Mayo Thunderbots.
Rounding out red, we've got 11-4-37.
From Addison, Michigan, it's the Addison Robotics Club. That's the ARC.
All right, on the AT&T field, we are ready. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
As in our autonomous period, the Blue Alliance absolutely unloads their hoppers straight down into their hub. But the Red Alliance human player, they got the Robo Sharks Red Alliance over here. They're working on their basketball skills as they're landing some. They landed that last one in there. Where there's only a 14 point difference going into driver control. But the Blue Alliance scored more points in their autonomous period, so now it's the Robo Sharks' turn to try to get this game back in their favor as they decide to collect some more fuel from the center of the field, head back over to their side as the Robo Sharks are positioning in front of their hub as they start to unleash their underhand shooter as they're landing some more straight there. They've taken the lead over the Blue Alliance right now as they're heading back to the center to try to grab some more. But now it's the Blue Alliance's shift in this match as the ARC is trying to get the Mayo Thunderbots unstuck from a whole lot of fuel over there. As the Mansalona Ironbots, it looks like they're just saving some battery power for their next match, but the ARC is doing what they can to try to get some more fuel into their kit bot over there. Trying to move back over to the other side to possibly score, but now it's the Robo Sharks' turn here on this side to absolutely unload all of that fuel. They're starting to grow their lead over the Blue Alliance, actually, as their human player is throwing buckets up themselves as they're right back to the center of the field, trying to grab more game pieces for their alliance, their solo alliance over there. 1 minute left in play, less than a minute left in play, as it looks like these Blue Robots are looking to save some more battery power. Kind of just hanging out over there. Some are on. Everyone's either off or disabled, but still in the match nonetheless. Robo Sharks trying to move around, still do what they can, though. As now that we have entered our endgame period, we have the Robo Sharks once again unloading all of that fuel as their human player from the back. They've got their jump shots. They're landing some more for their alliance. But now we have the arc back and moving in this game as they're positioning in front of their hub. As they start to unload their kit, but all the fuel, they launch a perfect salvo straight through that hub. But now as the match is winding down, the Red Alliance still has the lead just before the end of qualification, 65.
Just another gentle reminder, after your last match, please present your robot to Dennis for re-inspection. Out the door, over at that end.
All right, looks like we're ready to see the final score. Sharks Red Alliance that pulls off the 1v3 with the score of 57-33. As those 3 ranking points awarded to that alliance as they retain 6th place after that win.
All right, let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. We're on to 66. Let's start out on the Red Alliance. We've got 7250.
From Oscoda, Michigan, they're the Oscoda Owls.
In your center slot, 6121.
From Grayling, they're the Robo Vikes.
Rounding out this Red Alliance, we've got 6114.
From Hamilton, they're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
Down here on blue. This time these guys are flying solo. It's your hometown team, 8041.
From right here in Lake City, Michigan, they're the Lake City Ultrabots. Rounding out the Blue Alliance.
Such as it is. All right, the AT&T field is set. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
So getting started in the autonomous period, the Red Alliance is starting to unload from their robots and the human players, but your hometown team is going into the center of the field trying to collect more fuel for their alliance as they're starting to do some jitters against the backside of the Blue Alliance hub. Kind of hanging out under there for now, but the Red Alliance starting to gain control. As now we're in our driver control period. The Red Alliance did score more points, but in our transition shift, the 8041 machine is collecting more fuel as they start to position in front of their tower, as they start to unleash a full salvo, as their hometown team is working on scoring more points for that Blue Alliance as they start to dip into that blue depot. 8 seconds left in the shift, and they're still keeping themselves within striking distance of the Red Alliance. But all three of these red robots here start to unload as their next shift is on. As all three of these robots are absolutely unleashing all of that fuel. As Grayling is the first one to unload their robot full of that fuel. Hamilton right behind them. Oscoda trying to do the same thing as they're almost on their way to get that extra energized ranking point, as it looks like the Grayling machine does that for the Red Alliance. Just in time for the Alliance to shift over to the blue side as the Lake City human player is throwing some more of that fuel up into their hub as their robot on the ground trying to collect more fuel for that Blue Alliance as they're starting to move around. They've got some more fuel in hand. Oscoda is ferrying some more over to the other side, but Lake City is fluttering away as they're landing some more through that hub as it shifts over to the Red Alliance side once again as 6121 and 7250 starting to fire away as 6114 is ferrying more fuel through the bottom of the outpost over to their human players as they're working on their basketball skills, trying to extend their lead through the last few seconds of this Alliance-specific shift. As we've only got a few seconds left before we head into our endgame period. As both of these hubs are now active, as the 8041 machine still trying to move around, get those points scored, but 6121 and 7250 are ferrying more fuel over to the other side. But it looks like Hamilton Cyberhawks are attempting a level 1 hang on the tower for their Alliance. They're up. They've got it for the Red Alliance with 9 seconds left in the match, helping to extend the Red Alliance's lead. But Lake City Ultrabots fire some last-second fuel through their hub as these are winding down for the end of qualification match number 66. All right, it looks like I have the thumbs up for scores over here. With a score of 179 to 30. Getting the energized ranking point means that they come away with 4 ranking points, and they all move up in the standings. But your host team, the Lake City Ultrabots, did at least put up a good showing by themselves over on the blue side. Nice shooting.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 67. Number 67. On your Red Alliance, in the center position, we've got 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
On right end, we've got 4776.
Rounding out the alliance from Howell, they're the Scots Bots.
Coming down on blue, you can't miss them in their neon. It's 5534.
Currently ranked number 10 from Onaway, they're the Onaway Onabots.
From down the road on M66, we've got 6963.
Rounding out the blue alliance from Remus, it's Blood, Sweat, and Gears.
I'm good. I'm going to hit you up again. This is your last match. Make sure you present yourself to Dennis and his band of robot inspectors to qualify for Alliance selection. Thank you very much. All right, we're already here on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're getting started with our next qualification match here as these Blue Alliance robots start to unload right next to their human players as they're going over the outpost wall as the team from Onaway starts to unload a full salvo as they dip into the depot as the Scots bots start to do the same as they're flying away from right on top of their depot. And now as our drivers take control in our transition shift, the Blue Alliance did score more points in the autonomous period, which means going into our first Alliance shift for the match, it'll be on the red side as 4776 starts to unload some more of that fuel into their red hub as they're helping their Alliance partners, the Spires, try to bring this game back in their favor as the Spires, they're over in the middle of the field now as they got some more fuel for their Alliance, trying to dozer some over to the other side as well. But now the Scots bots are back in position with only 1 second left in the shift. Now it's Onaway that starts to unload some more of that fuel over there for their Alliance as their team from Remus does the exact same thing from underneath that blue trench as the Spires are looking to play some defense against both of those robots as the Scots bots are trying to take care of work in the center of the field, trying to grab more fuel for their Alliance. As the third shift of the match is winding down, Scots bots are starting to get in position. They're winding up their flywheel as now it switches over to the red side as their human players on the red side start to unload from their outpost as Scots bots give some more over to their human players through the bottom of the outpost as 9106 is playing some impressive defense over against Onaway over there, trying to prevent them from keeping on scoring more points with a minute left in play in this match as the Blue Alliance robots are on track to possibly get that energized ranking point as Onaway starts to unload straight down into the hub, regardless of that defense being played by the Spires as Blood, Sweat, and Gears with their Kidbot is trying to get in position as well. They're trying to get themselves unbottomed out from a piece of fuel as they're underneath their trench. They start to wind up their flywheel or their hopper, trying to find the right position as we're heading into our end game period. As both of these hubs are now active, as there's enough time in this match for the Blue Alliance to possibly get that energized ranking point for their Alliance, as they're only 15 fuel off of that ranking point, as Onaway looks to unload another salvo straight down, as they only need 3 more pieces of fuel to get that ranking point. 2 more, 1 more, they've obtained it for their Alliance with 1 second left in qualification match number 67. I have the thumbs up for scores. Let's with a score of 109-28, as the team from Onaway and Remus put up 4 ranking points together as they both move up in the standings after that win. But both the Scots Bots and the Spires didn't do too shabby themselves in that match. Oh my God, Ken, we're here.
The last qualification match.
Well, when the field is ready, I want to start meeting these teams.
I'm going to wait for a robot. I'm going to be in the way.
Yeah, I have steel toes on. I'm okay.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 68. After this, qualification is going to be done. On your Red Alliance in position number 1, we've got 35-36.
Currently ranked number 10 from Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
Dropping down to the right end, we've got 226.
Currently ranked number 4 from Troy, Michigan, they're the Hammerheads. Rounding out the Red Alliance.
On your Blue Alliance, we've got a full complement down here. Let's say hello to 77-68.
From Iron River, currently ranked number 11, they're the Automatons.
Centering up blue, we've got 78-55.
From Mesick, Michigan, it's Chronic Robophobia.
Rounding out blue, we've got 20-54.
Currently ranked number 3 from Hopkins, they're the Tech Vikes.
Can you announce a reminder that Alliance selection will start 8 minutes after we post scores on this match?
All right, FDA just gave me a friendly reminder. I've been remiss. Alliance selection will begin 8 minutes after we post the scores for this match. So y'all need to be ready for the Alliance selection process. And where do we want teams to gather for Alliance selection? Teams need to be gathered down here underneath the scoreboard and conference banner. Down here at this end of the gym, not under the AT&T banner, under the opposite, down here. Vanna Hanser is showing you. All right, we're all set for our last qualification round here on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We've got some top 10 implications going into our final qualification match of the event, as both 226 and 3536 head into the center of the field, as now Heartland has got their turrets fixed. They are firing away next to the Hammerheads over on this side, as the Tech Vikes over on the other side are trying to do what they can alongside their human player. By now going into our transition shift as our drivers take control, the automatons and the Hammerheads are colliding against each other in the center of the field. But now the first Alliance-specific shift of this match is heading over to the other side as Hopkins goes for some of that fuel in the outpost as they unload a full salvo straight down into their blue hub. But it looks like these two Red Alliance robots over here are trying to play spoiler season as they're gathering more fuel. But the Alliance shift is winding down, and now it's heading over to the red side as they both, once again in tandem, they both unload full salvos directly down into their red hub as the Electro Eagles are firing away. They're heading over to their red depot to go to collect some more game pieces for their Alliance. But the Hammerheads are doing the same thing, but from their outpost area instead. 4 seconds left in this specific shift, but the Red Alliance already has that extra ranking point as we switch on over to the blue side, as all three of these robots are trying to fire away as Hopkins unleashes a full salvo straight down into their goal scoring element. That's the hub for their Alliance. But it looks like the automatons in the center of the field are trying to prevent either the Hammerheads or the Eagles from getting back to their side. But the team from Music is hanging out over on the Blue Alliance side as well. But now it's the 5th shift of the match as the Electro Eagles are looking to collect more fuel over here. But the Hammerheads are firing away. Electro Eagles do the same. Hammerheads are collecting more fuel for their Alliance though. But 3536 trying to do the same. They're both positioning in front of their tower. They unleash a full torrent of fuel straight down into their goal as we are heading into the end game period, as both of these hubs are now active, winding down our last qualification match. The Blue Alliance has a tall hill to climb if they want to try to come back, but the Electro Eagles are right back at it. But the automatons are playing defense against the Hammerheads, but the Electro Eagles are the one that had emptied out their hopper down into the hub for their Alliance. But these blue robots, they're also putting up a good showing themselves as the Tech Vikes are trying to get more fuel over to their human players as they try to score those into the hub for the end of our final qualification match. All right, for our final qualification match. Pulls off the 2v3 with a score of 159 to 62. As getting that energized ranking point means that they all come away with 4 ranking points after that match. As the Electro Eagles crack into the top 8 seeded teams after that win. But it looks like the Hammerheads do move up into the top 3 seeded teams after that win.
All right, we've had a great competition so far. Plenty of exciting qualification matches. Let's hear it for all the teams competing. Soon, we will move on to the playoff tournament presented by CAT, where 8 alliances, and yes, we have enough to play a full 8 alliance playoff, will compete against each other in a double elimination format to become the champion here in Lake City. Before we get into playoffs, we need to create the 8 alliances. Let's roll that alliance selection video, which explains the selection process. Remind teams to queue up for alliance selection underneath the Lake City scoreboard. So I guess that's the east end of the gym. Is that east?
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up and become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
Lake City. Welcome to the Alliance Selection presented by Walt Disney Imagineering. Before we begin, a few reminders for all the alliances. Pay close attention to the timers displayed on the here on the playing field. The alliance captain must approach me here in the center field to announce their pick before the timer reaches 0. During the first round of selections, alliances will have a 45-second time limit to make their pick. When your alliance is ready, the student alliance captain only must come to me and announce the pick. Any team that declines an invitation may not be selected by another alliance. And I'm going to put another spin on this for you because I think words matter. When you come up after you're picked, you gratefully accept the invitation or respectfully decline. We expect that you are gracious in either event, and we expect the crowd to be gracious and the rest of the alliance team members to be gracious as well. No oohing and eyeing. Their pick is their pick. They've got their strategy, and we all love that, right? Get it? Got it good? Gratefully accept, respectfully decline. And it looks like we've got bibs coming out. All right, Lake City. Now let's meet our number 1 ranked team with a record of 10 wins, 2 losses, and a ranked score average of 3.42. Please welcome to the field, Team 3603.
Team 3603, they're from Reed City, Michigan. They're the Cyber Coyotes.
Alliance Captain 1, you are now on the clock. When you're ready, let me know who you'd like to select.
On behalf of Team 3603 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 2054 to be a part of our pack.
Team 2054 from Hopkins, Michigan. That's the Tech Vikes.
Team 2054, do you accept this invitation or do you prefer to form your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 2054 and all of our gracious sponsors, we graciously accept.
Well, congratulations, and that is the start of your number 1 alliance.
All right. Our second ranked team, also with a ranked score of 3.42, and they had a record of 11-1, 1684.
Team 16.
This went to a tiebreaker.
Is from Lapeer, Michigan. They're the Chimeras.
Alliance number 2, are you prepared to make a selection?
On behalf of Team 1684, we would like to invite Team 141 to our alliance.
Team 141 from Holland, Michigan. That's Wobot.
Wobot, do you accept this invitation or would you like to form your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 141 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations, and that is the start of your number 2 alliance.
Our number 3 ranked alliance, Team 226.
Team 226 is from Troy, Michigan. They're the Hammerheads.
Congratulations, you're on the clock. Do you have a pick?
On behalf of Team 226 and all of our sponsors, we'd like to invite 3536 Electro Eagles to join our alliance.
They sound real happy about that, too. They're from Heartland, Michigan. They're the Electro Eagles.
Eagles, what say you to this invitation? Do you accept, or would you like to form your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 3536 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations, and that is the start of your number 3 alliance.
Now, our number 4 ranked alliance. Let's welcome to the field 4956.
Team 4956 is from Whitehall, Michigan. They're the Robo Sharks.
Shark, you are now on the timer. Do you have a pick?
On behalf of Team 4956 and all of our generous sponsors, we would like to invite Team 5534.
Team 5534 from Onaway, Michigan. They're the Onaway Onabots.
Anabot, what say you to this invitation? Would you like to accept or form your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 5534 and all of our sponsors, we respectfully decline.
Hey, that is okay. That is okay for Onaway. They have just chosen to be their own alliance captain. No O's, no boos, no none of that. That is perfectly okay.
We've reset that timer for you. Do you have another selection? You ready?
On behalf of Team 4956 and all of our generous sponsors, we'd like to invite Team 8041.
Team 8041. That's your host team from right here in Lake City, Michigan. That's the Lake City Ultrabot.
Good morning, Ultrabot. Do you have an answer to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 8041 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Well, congratulations, and that is the start of your number 4 alliance.
So let's get set up for a captain for alliance number 5. Let's welcome to the field 5534.
5534 from Onaway, Michigan. They're the Onaway Onabots.
Nice to see you again, Anabot. You're on the clock. Do you have a selection?
On behalf of Team 5534 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 2586 to join our alliance.
Team 2586, they're from Calumet, Michigan. They're the Copperbots.
Calumet, do you have an answer to this invitation? Would you like to accept or form your own alliance?
On behalf of Team 2586 and all our sponsors, we gratefully accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is the start of your number 5 alliance.
Now we're ready to bring out our number 6 alliance captain. Let's welcome to the field 9541.
9541, they're from Manistee, Michigan. It's M-Stee Squared.
MC squared, are you prepared for a selection? You are on the clock.
All right. On behalf of Team 9541 and all of our sponsors, we'd like to invite 7155.
Team 7155. They're from Manton, Michigan. They're the Robotic Rangers.
How do, Rangers? Do you have an answer to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 7155 and all of our gracious sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is the start of your number 6 alliance.
So, captain of our number 7 alliance. Let's bring out on the field 7202.
Team 7202, they're from Morris, Michigan. They're the Cyber Orioles.
Oriole, you are on the clock. Do you have a selection?
On behalf of Team 7202 and all of our generous sponsors, we would like to invite Team 6121 to our alliance.
Team 6121 from Grayling, Michigan. They're the Robo Vikes.
RoboVike, do you have an invitation answer?
On behalf of Team 6121 and all our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is the start of your number 7 alliance.
All right. Let's get ready to welcome our last alliance captain onto the field. It's 7768.
7768 from Iron River. They're the Automatons.
Iron River, you came a long way to play. Are you prepared for a selection? You are now on the clock.
On behalf of Team 7768 and the Miners 9, we'd like to invite Team 6114.
Team 6114 from Hamilton, Michigan. They're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
Cyberhawk, do you have an answer to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 6114, we gratefully accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is the start of your number 8 alliance.
Okay, we need to be ready. Alliance number 8. I wouldn't go too far if I were you, because you're going to shortly be on the clock for your next pick. 2 minutes. You've got 2 minutes consulting. They can go early?
2-minute break. It's like that.
You got to. I'll make a public service announcement anyways. While we wait for that timer to click down to 0, remind teams, if you were not selected, we still need backup robots. So you need to make yourself available by coming to the lead queuer, is that correct? To register your ability or desire to be a backup robot. We need to have as many as we can have available. I don't know if we would have 8. And it's.
I wanted to jump in here because at the Traverse City Reefscape event, we used 2 separate backups. So I would recommend staying if all possible.
One of those backups came in played one match, went home with a banner. So it can happen. Alliance Captain number 8. You get to pick to round out your alliance. You have 90 seconds. You're on the clock.
On behalf of Team 7768 and the Miners 9, we would like to invite Team 7250, the Escada Owls.
Once again, Team 7250 from Oscoda, Michigan. They're the Oscoda Owls.
Welcome, Owl. What say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 7250 and all of our wonderful sponsors, we graciously accept this invitation.
Oh, congratulations. And that is your completed number 8 alliance.
Alliance Captain number 7, please step forward. Captain 7, you have a 90-second timer. Are you ready?
On behalf of Team 7202 and Team 6121 and all of our generous sponsors, we would like to invite Team 11437 to our alliance.
Team 11437, they're one of your rookie teams here this weekend. From Addison, Michigan, it's the Addison Robotics Club. That's the ARC.
Welcome, Mark. You're a rookie, and you got picked. What say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 11437, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is your completed number 7 alliance.
Let's welcome back to the microphone the captain for alliance number 6. You are on the clock.
Thirty seconds. Number 6 alliance.
Alliance 6, unfortunately, your timer ran out. You are skipped. We'll come back to you. All right. Object lesson there. Let's welcome to the field Alliance Captain 5. You are now on the clock. Captain 5, do you have your second selection?
On behalf of Team 5534 and Team 2586 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 1042-1 to join our alliance.
Team 10421 from Baldwin, Michigan. They're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
Welcome, Dragon. What say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 10421 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is your completed number 5 alliance.
Alliance 6, you are back on the clock. Do you have a selection? You have immediate pick.
On behalf of Team 9541 and 7155, we would like to invite Team 4776.
Team 4776 from Howell, Michigan. They're the Scots Bots.
Hi, laddie. What say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 4776, Scott Spots, and all of our generous sponsors, we gratefully accept.
Oh, congratulations. And that is your completed number 6 alliance.
All right, let's welcome to the microphone for their second pick, your captain of Alliance number 4. You are on the clock. Howdy, Shark. Are you prepared?
On behalf of Team 4956 and Team 8041 and all of our gracious sponsors, we would like to invite Team 6963.
Team 6963 from Remus. It's blood, sweat, and gears.
Hey, Chip Hills. What say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 6963 and all of our gracious sponsors, we gratefully accept.
Well, congratulations, and that is your completed number 4 alliance.
You can see how strategy is building here. Let's welcome to the field our number 3 Alliance captain for their second pick. You are on the clock.
On behalf of Team 226, the Hammerheads, and Team 3536, the Electro Eagles, we would, and our respective gracious sponsors, we would like to invite Team 4983, the Iron Bots.
Once again, Team 4983 from Mansalona, Michigan. They're the Iron Bots.
Ironbot, what say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 4983 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations, and that is your completed number 3 alliance.
Now, let's welcome to the microphone your Alliance number 2 captain. You are on the clock. Alliance 2, you're ready to make your selection?
On behalf of Team 1684 and Team 141, we would like to invite Team 5547 to join our alliance.
Team 5547 from Hale, Michigan. They're the Talons.
Morning, Talon. What say you to this invitation?
On behalf of Team 5547 and all of our generous sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. That is your completed number 2 alliance.
Now, we're on to the second pick of our number 1 alliance. This is going to be the last pick for the alliances, but then again, like I said, we need backup robots, so make yourself available. Number 1 alliance, you are on the clock. Alliance Captain 1, are you ready?
On behalf of Team 3603 and Team 2054 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 9650 to join our alliance.
Team 9650, they're from Mayo, Michigan. They're the Mayo Thunderbots. They seem to be really happy about that over there.
I'm guessing I know your answer, but let's make it official. Mayo?
On behalf of Mayo Estable Schools and all our gracious sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. And we now have all of our completed playoff alliances.
All right, alliances, we need 1 representative from all 24 teams to meet with head referee right here on the field immediately, if not sooner. We will start at 10:35. So about a half-hour break, 10:35. Let's see ya. Are you ready for some exciting playoffs, Lake City? Just a friendly reminder, we're going to be starting matches at 10:35. So if you are in playoff, upper bracket, match 1, y'all need to be working your way towards the field. Playoffs at 10:35. Good morning, Lake City. Are you ready for the playoffs? Y'all are welcome to our playoffs and double elimination bracket tournament. Now, in a double elimination format, once an alliance loses 2 matches, they are eliminated. 2 losses, it's time to cheer on others. There are 2 brackets, the upper bracket and a lower bracket. All alliances start round 1 in the upper bracket. Alliances that win matches progress through rounds in the upper bracket. But losing a match, well, it means you move from the upper bracket down to the lower bracket, where you can still win. You got to fight it out, though. Alliances that win matches in the lower bracket progress through the rounds, but a second loss in the lower bracket results in elimination from the tournament. Winners of the upper and lower bracket play each other in a traditional best 2 out of 3 final round to determine the tournament winner. To ensure teams get the time they need to keep their robots match ready, after rounds 2, 4, and 5, we'll take a break, show some videos, and present some hardware. It's going to be exciting. So let's get ready to cheer on our competitors. Are you ready, Lake City? No. Are you ready, Lake City? That's more like it. All right, let's get ready for our first playoff match. We're in the upper bracket, round 1, match 1. We've got the number 1 alliance in red and the number 8 alliance in blue. Winner moves on in the upper bracket. Losing alliance drops down to the lower bracket, where they'll play another match and need to win to stay in that tournament. Lake City, are we ready to meet our teams? Your number 1 alliance here on red. Let's start out with the captain, 3603.
From Reed City, Michigan, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
In the center spot, we've got 9650.
From Mayo, Michigan, they're the Mayo Thunderbots.
Rounding out your number 1 alliance, we've got 2054.
From Hopkins, Michigan, they're the Tech Vikes.
Your number 8 alliance, let's say hello to 7768.
From Iron River, Michigan, they're the Automatons.
In the center spot, we've got 7250.
From Oscoda, Michigan, they're the Oscoda Owls.
Rounding out your number 8 alliance, it's 6114.
From Hamilton, Michigan, they're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
All right, we're ready here on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Getting our first playoff match here started with Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8. And both Hopkins and Reed City heading to the center of the field as those Blue Alliance robots have been firing away. But it's Hopkins from the outpost that has been firing off a perfect salvo from that corner of the field. As Reed City doing so for their corner of their side. As it's a 17-point game as the drivers take control, as the automatons and the Cyberhawks heading to the center of the field, trying to gather some more fuel as they get the first Alliance shift of the match as they're heading over with their Alliance partners, the Oscoda Owls, taking care of business over there on that side as the Cyberhawks are starting to get in their stride with their parabola shots over there as Oscoda is trying to ferry more fuel over to their side. As their shift is starting to wind down, they have taken the lead back from Alliance 1, but there's only 1 second left in the shift as it's back over on the red side. As their Alliance 1 captains, that's the Reed City Cyber Coyotes, trying to move around and collect more fuel for their Alliance, but 7768 is playing some defense, but Reed City is still firing off that fuel alongside their partners, the Tech Vikes. As a hard hit, that 7768 lays onto Hopkins as they're still trying to move around, collect more pieces, but now it's over to the blue side once again as their human players are working on their basketball skills, putting that fuel up into their hub as 7250 is trying to do that once again, but Reed City still trying to move around over there, collecting more fuel, trying to make sure that the Blue Alliance isn't getting as much, but the Mayo Thunderbots trying to move around, possibly play some defense for their Alliance, but it's the last Alliance-specific shift of the match as Hopkins and Reed City lay another salvo each into the hub as they're starting to pull away from this game out of Alliance 8's hands, but they've actually been doing a pretty good job of keeping it close enough as 6114 and 7250 moving back over to their side as the Cyberhawks ferry more fuel over to the human players as we enter the end game, as both of these hubs are now active, as the Mayo Thunderbots are trying to give their Alliance partners some more fuel to score as the Tech Vikes head into the center, but Reed City is undefended over here as they lay some more fuel down into their hub as the Oscoda machine trying to lay some more into their blue hub. 6 seconds left in the match as it's close enough, as it's within striking distance of the number 8 Alliance, but the number Wyatts is holding on to the lead for the end of upper bracket, round 1, match 1. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores for our first playoff match. In the upper bracket with a score of 173 to 159. And even though Alliance 1 wins and moves on in the upper bracket, Alliance 8 put on an impressive showing. Even though in their loss, they do get a second chance down in the lower bracket.
All right, now we're getting ready for match 2 of the upper bracket for round 1. We've got the number 4 Alliance in red and the number 5 Alliance in blue. Winner of this match stays in the upper bracket and will play in round 2, match 7. The losing Alliance will drop down to the lower bracket and will need a win to stay in the tournament. Let's meet our teams. On your Red Alliance, in the first spot, we've got Captain 4956.
From Whitehall, Michigan, they're the Robo Sharks.
They're glad they didn't go home early, or maybe they did anyways. It's 8041.
Your host team from right here in Lake City, Michigan, they're the Lake City Ultrabots.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 6963.
Rounding out this alliance from Remus, Michigan, it's Blood, Sweat, and Gears.
Down on the Blue Alliance, your number 5 ranked alliance, their captain, 5534.
From Onaway, Michigan, they're the Onaway Onabots.
In the center position, you've got 10-4-21.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
Rounding out this alliance, you got 25-86.
Rounding out this alliance from Calumet, Michigan, they're the Copper Bots.
All right, we're ready to go on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, no. All right, once again, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of this autonomous period, robots are firing off fuel. The human players are playing basketball into the hubs as well. But the Onaway Autobots were the first team to head into the center of the field as they fire off a full salvo into that blue hub for the end of the autonomous period. As going into our transition shift, the Alliance 5 blue side pulled ahead of Alliance 4, which means that it's the Red Alliance that is getting the first Alliance-specific shift of the match. As the Alliance captains, the Robo Sharks, get in position as they start firing off all of that fuel. As your host team, the Lake City Ultrabots, are still trying to get some more of that fuel in hand for their Alliance as they're engaging their intake as it's out. But the Robo Sharks are having some defense played on them by the Baldwin Coated Dragons. As their shift is winding down, and now it's back over on the blue side as Onaway unloads another. It looks like that's a perfect salvo out of that robot as the team from Calumet is doing the same thing right behind them. They also unleash a salvo for their Alliance as Onaway is coming back over. They're firing off some more fuel. Them and the Copper Bots are firing away as their shift is winding down and heading back out over to the red side as the Robo Sharks, Blood, Sweat, and Gears, and the Lake City Ultrabots are all in hand. They're trying to bring this game back in their favor with 15 seconds left in this shift, as Alliance 5 already crossed 100 points. But the Red Alliance is hot on their heels, regardless of the defense being played by the Coded Dragons, as they're keeping it close enough in their favor. But now it's the last Alliance-specific shift of the match, and Calumet and Anoa'i are completely undefended over here, as they're still firing off more of that fuel for their Alliance. They're going back to each respective corners. Anoa'i's even heading into the depot. Calumet starts firing off first, but Anoa'i is back in their stride as the Alliance captains are pulling this match away out of Alliance 4's hands. But we are heading into our endgame period now, as both of these hubs are now active, as the Ultrabots are trying to get in the right position as they start firing off more fuel. They're landing all of their shots. The Robo Sharks are right behind them. The Red Alliance trying to bring this game back in their favor, but Alliance 5 is maintaining their lead as Anoa'i is getting in position once again. Copperbots still trying to move around in front of their tower to keep gathering more fuel. As Anoa'i is getting in position, though, the Red Alliance are doing the same for the end of playoff match number 2. All right, looks like I got thumbs up for scores for that last playoff match we just played. Lions winning that match with a score of 169 to 113. As Alliance 5 plays spoiler season and moves on in the upper bracket, but Alliance 4 putting up over 100 points themselves, they still get a second chance down in the lower bracket.
That's a good reminder, Ethan, that in the playoffs, ranking points do not apply. It's pure score. All right, we are halfway through round 1 of the upper bracket with match 3 coming up. The number 2 alliance will be in red. Number 7 alliance will be in blue. The winner of this match stays in the upper bracket, and the losing alliance drops to the lower bracket. Are we ready to meet our teams? I think we are.
I am.
On your red alliance, in your number 1 position, we've got 1684.
Your Alliance captains from Lapeer, Michigan, they're the Chimeras.
Centering your red alliance, we've got 141.
Their first pick from Holland, Michigan, it's Wobot.
Rounding out your red alliance, we've got 5547.
Rounding out the number 2 alliance from Hale, Michigan, they're the Talons. Your number 2 alliance.
Coming on down to blue, let's welcome 6121.
From Grayling, Michigan, they're the Robo Vikes.
How you doing, rookie? You're in the playoffs. It's 11-4-37.
Rookie teams here this weekend. They're from Addison, Michigan. It's the Addison Robotics Club. That's the ARC.
And in the final spot, we've got 7202, your captain.
Rounding out this alliance from Morris, Michigan, they're the Cyber Orioles.
We're ready to go on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
As we enter our autonomous period, both of these alliances are pretty equal in start time for firing off those artifacts, but the Chimeras are in position underneath one of their red trenches. They're firing off a full salvo for their alliance after tipping into the neutral zone. Wobot with some parabola shots into their red goal hub over there. As the drivers take control, let's play some more Rebuilt presented by Haas. As it looks like the first alliance shift of the match is heading over to the blue side, as the Grayling Robovikes and the Cyber Orioles trying to move in position for the right one that they want to keep scoring that fuel. But Grayling starts to unload all of that fuel from their robot as they land all of those through. That is a perfect salvo out of that team. As one of your rookie teams, that's the Arc, trying to move around and score some more of those points themselves. But now it's shifting over to the red side as they're trying to take their lead back. They already got it. As these three robots unleash a torrent of fuel into the hub for their alliance. They've already crushed 100 points, and there's at least a minute and a half left in this match. And even 9 seconds left in this alliance shift as Wobot and the Chimeras are still firing away. They are more than happy to be in the position that they are now as it's switching over to the number 7 side, as they want to try to get this game back in their favor as they fire off some more salvos for their alliance. As it looks like 7202 has appeared to have given their battery to the neutral zone of the field over here. But nonetheless, their alliance partners are still moving around and scoring more points. But it's Wobot and the Talons firing off some more of that fuel for the Red Alliance. As their alliance captains, the Chimeras, are in position. Their turrets jittering around. They're in position. It's found the April tags. They're landing all those shots. 141 doing the same as this alliance shift is winding down. Alliance 2 might crest 200 points in this match as we are almost headed into our endgame period. As both of these hubs are now active and the Blue Alliance has a tall hill to climb if they want to try to win this match. But it looks like the Chimeras in the Wobot machine are in a good position. They've crested 200 points with 14 seconds left to spare as there's 12 left in the match now. But both the Robovikes and the Arc still trying to move around and score more points. But the Red Alliance is doing it more as they land some last-second fuel shots into their hub for the end of playoff match number 3. All right, looks like I've got a thumbs up to see. In the upper bracket with a score of Atombots 275, as almost 250 points means that Alliance 2 moves on in the upper bracket, but the number 7 Alliance does not have to fret as they at least get a second chance down in the lower bracket.
All right, it's time for our final upper bracket round 1 match. Match 4, where we've got the number 3 Alliance in red and number 6 Alliance in blue. Once again, the winner of this match stays in the upper bracket, and the losing Alliance drops to the lower bracket. Let's meet our teams. On your Red Alliance, let's start out with 35-36.
Your first pick of the number 3 Alliance from Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
In the center spot, we've got 49-83.
Rounding out that alliance in the middle, they're from Mansalona, they're the Iron Bot.
And in the right-hand spot, we've got 226.
Your Alliance captains from Troy, Michigan, they're the Hammerheads. And that was your number 3 Alliance.
Down here on the blue for your number 6 Alliance. Let's start out with 4776.
4776. The Alliance 6-2 pick from Howell, Michigan. They're the Scotsbots.
In the center spot, we've got 7155.
Their first pick from Manton, Michigan. They're the Robotic Rangers.
Rounding out your blue alliance, we've got 9541.
Your Alliance 6 captains from Manistee, Michigan. It's M-ST squared.
All right. Ready, not ready, not ready. Got a blue light special on aisle 4. Yeah, you gotta be a certain age to get that one. All right, now it looks like we're ready to go on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off in the autonomous period, and both the Hammerheads and the Electro Eagles headed into the neutral zone as these red robots, they're looking in position. They start firing away all of that fuel as the Hammerheads are right behind them. Ironbots also doing the same for the number 3 Alliance. They're starting to pull this lead away from Alliance 6. As we head into our driver control period, let's play some more Rebuilt, presented by Haas. As it looks like the first Alliance shift is heading over to the blue side of the blue side of the field, as the Scotsbots are trying to obtain some more fuel inside their machine. Just try to start firing that off. They landed 2. The Robotic Rangers headed into the center of the field to help try to free their Alliance partners. but MC squared appears to be just a little bit not moving, but that stay okay. They still scored points in their shift, but now it's back over to the red side. They want to start trying to bring this game even farther in their favor as the Hammerheads are landing some of those shots. Electro Eagles are starting to get in their stride over here. They're landing some more of those shots. 9 seconds left in this red shift as they're still scoring all of those fuel. Hammerheads doing the same as it's switching over to the blue side, as Alliance 3 is trying to mow away their competition. But this blue alliance is trying to grow back stronger as both the Robotic Rangers and the Scotsbots start firing away, as it looks like Scotsbots start sending some parabola shots over here towards the center of the field as the Robotic Rangers are heading into the blue depot. As that shift is ending, we're now in a shift 5 out of 6, and both of these red robots over here start immediately firing away all of that fuel into their hub, as their human players are being very accurate as well from right behind their outpost, as the Electro Eagles have been near perfect on those shots, as well as the Hammerheads trying to obtain some more as we enter our endgame period. Both of these hubs are now active as 9541 appears to be back in, at least moving, but they need to get unstuck from some of that fuel. Scotsbots is also stuck, but the Robotic Rangers are still moving around and scoring more points for the number 6 Alliance. But the Red Alliance in number 3, they're looking to crest 200 points. They just almost there. They're looking to pass it right here. They crested 200 points just in time for the end of playoff match number 4. All right, I had the thumbs up for the final score. Alliance moves on as Alliance 3 takes it home with a score of 209-42. And even though they did a very good job and crossed 200 points, they are moving along in the upper bracket, but Alliance 6 isn't out of this yet as they move on down to the lower bracket.
All right, we're moving into round 2. We're making our first trip to the lower bracket for round 2, match 5.
When I announced for Heartland's teams enough, this is what happened.
We've got the number 8 Alliance in red and the number 4 Alliance, I believe, in blue. Winner of this match stays alive in the lower bracket, but the losing Alliance will have 2 playoff losses, which means, sadly, they'll be eliminated and finish in a tie for 7th place. If we're ready, let's meet our teams. On your Red Alliance, let's start out with 7768.
7768 from Iron River, they're the Automatons.
In the center spot, we've got 7250.
From Oscoda, Michigan, are the Oscoda Owls.
Rounding out this alliance, we've got 6114.
From Hamilton, Michigan, they're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
Down here on blue, your number 4 alliance. Let's start out with 4956.
From Whitehall, Michigan, they're the Robo Sharks.
Your hometown heroes, let's hear it for 8041.
Your gracious hosts from right here in Lake City, Michigan, they're the Lake City Ultrabots.
And rounding out this alliance, we've got 6963.
From Remus, Michigan, it's Blood, Sweat, and Gears.
All right, we're ready to go on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
As the human players on both sides are the first ones to start landing some more of that fuel into their hub. As some trademark parabola shots over here on the Red Alliance side, trying to bring this game back in their favor. But Alliance 4 isn't too far behind as the Lake City Ultrabots are firing away all of that fuel that they had from their robot. As it's a one-point game as the drivers take control, we're ready for some more rebuild presented by Haas. As the first Alliance shift of the match heads over to the blue side, as it looks like the Lake City Ultrabots are trying to herd some more fuel over to their side, but all three of these red robots trying to ruin their day as the Robo Sharks trying to get in the right position over here as 7768 is playing defense against the robots that are playing defense against them as it switches over to the Red Alliance side now as their shift is active, as their hub is lit up. But the Hamilton Cyberhawks and the Oscoda Owls are trying to play spoiler season against the number 4 Alliance as they've got the lead back in their favor with 7 seconds left in this Alliance shift as the Oscoda Owls are firing away all of that fuel. As now it shifts back over to the Blue Alliance side as the Lake City Ultrabots are firing off a perfect salvo into their blue hub as it's active, as the Robo Sharks, your Alliance captains, are having some defense played on them by the automatons. But the Cyberhawks and the Oscoda Owls are moving some more fuel back over to their side as their Alliance shift is winding down. As now it's the last red shift of the match as the human players are getting in position right alongside the Cyberhawks and 7250 with 46 seconds left in the match. The number 8 Alliance has already passed 100 points. They're almost at 130. There's 8 seconds left in the Alliance-specific shift for now, as the automatons are still playing impressive defense against this Blue Alliance as we enter our end game. As now both of these hubs are currently active. That's what the lights mean. But 7768 is preventing 8041 from collecting more fuel and getting in the right spot. Their human players drop some fuel into their hub, but the Robo Sharks trying to score more. But the number 8 Alliance is pulling away with this game out of Alliance 4's hands as the Cyberhawks and the Cyber Orioles trying to get in position. But 6114 was attempting a level 1 climb for the end of that playoff match. All right, looks like I've got the scores. Alliance 4 in blue, Alliance 8 in red. Alliance 8 pulls off the upset with a score of 176. That's aces high, I believe, to 59. As Alliance 8 moves on in the lower bracket, Alliance 4 gets to start preparing for their next event. But we must also give a huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 4 for coming out here to Lake City and playing in their district this weekend. They've got their Alliance captains, 4956, the Robo Sharks, Team 8041, the Lake City Ultrabots, and Team 6963, Blood, Sweat, and Gears.
Well, we got a quick field repair going on here. We're to be staying in the lower bracket for round 2, match number 6, where it looks like we've got the number 7 Alliance in red and the number 6 Alliance in blue. The winner of this match stays in the lower bracket. We'll have 2 playoff losses. Will be eliminated, finishing tied for 7th place. Let's meet our teams. On your Red Alliance, in the first spot, we've got 61-21.
60. Wait, are they here? Yeah. Are the teams moving around or? What the heck? Yeah, they're in the wrong spots. That's the Grayling Robotics from Grayling. They're still here.
I'm not off, am I?
No, I don't think so. No, hey.
No.
Maybe.
I'm in the right place. Someone else is in the wrong place. In the center spot, we've got 11-4-37.
One of your rookie teams here this weekend from Addison, Michigan. It's the Addison Robotics Club. That's the ARC.
And down on right end, we've got 72-02.
From Morris, they're the Cyber Orioles.
Down here on your Blue Alliance, let's say hello to 47-76.
From Howell, they're the Scott Spots.
In their center spot, we've got 71-55.
From Manton, they're the Robotic Rangers.
Down at right end, we've got 95-41.
Your Alliance captains from Manistee, Michigan, it's M.S.T. Square.
Your number 6 Alliance. All right, teams, behind the line, in 3, 2, 1, go!
Getting started with our next lower bracket match here. And the Addison Robotics Club is firing off that fuel for their alliance as Grayling is trying to get in the same position. But it's the Blue Alliance 6 that is scoring more of that fuel into their hub instead of to the side of it. As Alliance 6 pulls away with the 7-point lead here as the drivers take control as we're finishing up our transition shift. And the first Alliance specific shift of the match is heading over to the red side. As Grayling is already in position with an almost full hopper. They fire. They're trying to fire the rest. They land at least some of those into the hub for their Alliance as the ARC is collecting more fuel as they're moving back over. They've got 4 in hand. They're looking to fire off 1, 2, 3, 4. They landed 3 out of 4 of those into their hub as the Alliance is shifting over back to the blue side as it's their first Alliance shift of the match as Scott Spots is in position, trying to get their turret in the right spot so they can keep firing off more fuel as 95-41. Trying to get in the right position for their Alliance as well as the captains are scoring some of that fuel right alongside their Alliance partners as the Robotic Rangers are trying to find the exact right spot where they want to keep burning more fuel, but back over on the red shift as the Addison Robotics Club has fired off a perfect salvo into their red Alliance hub as the Cyber Orioles are trying to move into the right position to what they want so they can keep scoring that fuel for their Alliance as Grayling is trying to play spoiler season against the Robotic Rangers as I'm getting quite a bit of fuel over here, but I don't think I'm the scoring element. Switching back over to the blue side as the Robotic Rangers are trying to find the right spot where they can get underneath the trench as the Scots bots trying to fire some long shots for their Alliance, but MC Squared doing their best to try to keep their Alliance in this match as they still have the lead over Alliance 7. As we're going into the last 30 seconds of the match, it's our end game as both of these hubs are now active and all of these red robots unleash a torrent of fuel into the blue hub. But these blue Alliance robots are trying to keep the lead as Manistee is trying to get some more fuel over to their human players as Scott's bots unloads their robot into their hub. But Alliance 7 is hot on their heels as there's 7 seconds left. Alliance 7 still has time, but Alliance 6 is still holding on to their lead as we go into the very last seconds of the match. All right, it looks like I've got the thumbs up for scores. As Alliance 6 takes it home with a score of 72-51, while Alliance 6 in match 6 is moving on in the lower bracket. Alliance 7 is going home, but we must also give them a huge round of applause and congratulations for coming out here to Lake City and playing here this weekend. We got their captains, Team 7202, the Cyber Orioles, their first pick, Team 6121, the Grayling Robovikes, and their second pick, one of your rookie teams, that's 11437, that's the Arc.
All right, now we head back to the upper bracket for round 2, match 7, where we've got our number 1 Alliance in red and the number 5 Alliance in blue. Winner of this match moves on in the upper bracket. The losing Alliance drops down to the lower bracket, where they'll need to fight it out to win to stay alive. Let's meet our teams. Your number 1 Alliance, on red, their captain, 3603.
From Reed City, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
Their partners are 9650.
From Mayo, they're the Mayo Thunderbots.
And 2054.
From Hopkins, they're the Tech Vikes.
Your number 5 Alliance down here on blue. We've got 5534.
Your Alliance 5 captains from Onaway, they're the Onaway Onabots.
In the center spot, we've got 10-4-21.
From Baldwin, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
And from way up yonder, we got 25-86.
Rounding out the number 5 alliance from Calumet, they're the Copper Bots.
We're good on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Back here in our upper bracket as 3 out of the 6 robots are heading into the center of the field to go collect more fuel. As the Cyber Coyotes take a ding from underneath their trench, but they start firing away alongside the Tech Vikes as the Tech Vikes unleash their trademark Outpost Auto as they are landing most of that salvo into their hub. As it's a 1-point game as the drivers take control. As Alliance 5 is going to make Alliance 1 work for it. But the first Alliance shift is heading over to the blue side right now as the Baldwin Coated Dragons and the Copper Bots are trying to score some more of that fuel into their hub. But it looks like all 3 of them are just trying to hoard some more and score that before the end of their first Alliance shift. But Hopkins is ferrying some more fuel over to their side as they're starting to score some more with that duel over there. But their Alliance shift is winding down as it's heading on over to the red side next. As the Coated Dragons are trying to play some defense against both Hopkins and Reed City. But these robots are on fire when it comes to scoring all of this fuel into the hub for their Alliance. As they're starting to pull this game away out of Alliance 5's hands as they're already 70 points up on this blue Alliance. With 1 minute and 21 seconds left in the match, the next Alliance shift heads over to the blue side as Alliance 5 and Onaway Autobots are trying to get some more of that fuel down into their hub as the Calumet machine tries to hoard some more, but the Tech Vikes are still passing and passing from the neutral zone into their red Alliance zone as the Mayo Thunderbots are trying to move into the blue zone, play some defense. But now the 5th shift is back over on the red side as Alliance 1 is looking to extend their lead over Alliance 5 as Hopkins fires away into their hub. They're landing a perfect salvo so far as they haven't missed a beat. Not just yet. They missed that last one, but they got that one. Reed City needs some help getting a little bit unstuck as 2 of these blue robots are playing defense, but Mayo comes in and saves the day as we're heading into our end game period. As both of these hubs are now active, as Alliance 1 is pulling away with this game. They're looking to go past 200 points, as Alliance 5 is just looking to get close enough to 100. As the Tech Vikes are firing away, Alliance 1 has crossed 200 points with 9 seconds to spare, as their Alliance captains in the Reed City Cyber Coyotes are still trying to move around and score fuel. But the Coated Dragons are just trying to play some defense against them in their red Alliance zone for the end of playoff match number 7. All right, looks like I've got thumbs up to see the final scores. With a score of 223 to 95, as Alliance 1 moving in the upper bracket means that Alliance 5 still gets a second chance down in the lower bracket.
Okay, we're getting set for our final round 2 match here in the upper bracket. Match number 8, where we've got your number 2 alliance in red and the number 3 alliance down in blue. Winner of this match stays in the upper bracket. The losing alliance drops down to the lower bracket, where again, they'll need to fight it out to stay in the tournament. All right, we're ready to meet our teams. On your red alliance, your number 2 captain, 1684.
From Lapeer, they're the Chimeras.
In the middle, we've got 141.
From Holland, it's Wobot.
Rounding out your red alliance, we've got 5547.
From Hale, they're the Talons.
Down on blue, let's say hello to 3536.
From Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
In the center slot, we've got 4983.
From Mansalona, they're the Iron Bots.
And down, filling out this alliance, your captain, 226.
From Troy, they're the Hammerheads.
Okay, On the AT&T field, we are ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Right away at the start of the match, we got 4 robots heading into the neutral zone, grabbing some more fuel and start firing that off. But the Chimeras get stuck underneath the red trench. But it's the blue robots firing away all of that fuel straight down into the blue hub. But the Red Alliance human players are getting some themselves. As the number 3 Alliance is looking to play spoiler season, going into our driver control period, but the Chimeras are back and moving in this game. They unleash their fire hose as it's going into the Red Alliance shift at the start of this match. But the Wobot machine still trying to get in position for the firing off all that fuel that they want. But the Chimeras are looking to pass over to Wobot. But the Med-Salona Ironbots looking to play some defense against the Talons as well. As their shift is winding down, the number 2 Alliance is starting to bring this game back in their favor. But now it's these Blue Alliance that are starting their torrential downpour of all of that fuel as the Hammerheads, those Alliance captains, are looking to get in position and start to fire that fuel off for their Alliance as the Electro Eagles trying to get some of that fuel unstuck from their intake as they're trying to make sure me and one of the refs are not scoring elements. But the number 3 Alliance is holding on to their lead, though, as Wobot and the Chimeras are releasing all of that fuel into the hub. But the Talons are trying to get towards the center of the field, trying to get more fuel over to their Alliance partners, as it looks like their human players are scoring that fuel. Instead, it's a minute left in play, as it looks like the Red Alliance has taken back the lead from the Blue Alliance. But now it's shifting over there as the Hammerheads unleash a torrent of fuel for their Alliance. Chimeras are in the center of the field trying to ruin their day as the Electro Eagles looks like they're just trying to play some defense over there against the Red Alliance. But the Talons are trying to move around them towards the center of the field. The Chimeras are gathering more fuel, but they got some in their hopper. 226 is running that hopper into the endgame period as the Chimeras and Wobot unleash another torrent of fuel straight into their Red Alliance hub. 18 seconds left in the match, and the Red Alliance has taken the lead back, but it's still within 10 points as the Electro Eagles are looking to fire away. Hammerheads do the same, but these Red Alliance robots trying to take the lead back, but it's close. They might not have enough time. There's 3 seconds left. This game is close. 1 second left in this match. 149 to 146 are the scores at T-0. But we do have to wait and see what the final scores will be. Wow, that was a close match. All right, everyone. I know that Blue Alliance with this, wow, a 5-point game of 153 to 148. And Alliance 3 pulling off the upset by 5 means that they are moving on in the upper bracket. But Alliance 2 isn't out of this yet, as they head on down to the lower bracket, round 3, match 10.
Hey, Ethan, if statistics work, and there's some question about that, this should have been a close match. This should have been as close as it was.
I mean, it was a close match from start to finish, but really it goes to show you how equal in skill these alliances are.
All I know is it's going to be an exciting tournament going forward from here. Okay, now it's time for round 3, which means we're more than halfway through our bracket. We're in the lower bracket for round 3, match 9. Where there we go. Put that back. You can go ahead and do it. We got Alliance 5 in red and Alliance 6 in blue. If we're ready, let's meet our teams. On red, your captain of Alliance 5, 5534.
From Onaway, they're the Onaway Onabots.
In the center spot, we've got 10421.
From Baldwin, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
And on right end, we've got 2586.
From Calumet, they're the Copper Bots.
Down here on blue, let's say hello to 4776.
From Howell, they're the Scots Bots.
In the center, we've got 7155.
From Manton, they're the Robotic Rangers.
And rounding this out, your Alliance 6 captain, 9541.
From Manistee, it's MC squared. All right, everyone's still getting set up and ready for the match.
All right, we're all set on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off this next playoff match, as Onaway appears to be going to the center of the field, grabbing some more fuel. They start trying to get in the right position as they start to unleash their salvo of fuel. But the Blue Alliance is right now scoring more points into their hub with 1 second left. It's a 5-point game as drivers take control. But in the middle of our transition shift, it looks like it will defer to the Red Alliance side as the first Alliance shift of the match. As Onaway is in position, they start firing off more fuel as they empty it out. Calumet trying to do the same. They unleash a torrent of fuel themselves as Onaway is coming back over the bump. They've got some more fuel in hand. As they start to launch up, they're landing those shots for their Alliance. 4 seconds left in this Alliance shift, and Alliance 5 has taken it back, but now it's shifting over to the Alliance 6 side in blue as these robots are starting to fire away, but they're having to do that against the defense being played by the Baldwin-Coated Dragons over in the Blue Alliance zone as the Robotic Rangers appear to be in the center of the field as they're looking to possibly play some defense against both Onaway and Calumet. As the Blue Alliance is starting to bring this game back closer in their favor, but now we're in the next Alliance shift on the red side. Onaway is still firing off all of that fuel that they had. Calumet is on the other side closer to their outpost, trying to do the same thing as Onaway is trying to grab some fuel from their corner. As there's only 7 seconds left in this Alliance shift, as there is a minute left in match play. As their Alliance shift is winding down, heading over to the blue side as their hub is now active right now. As 95-41 is having some defense played on them once again by the Baldwin-Coated Dragons. But their Alliance partners on the far side, that's Scott's bots, trying to gather more fuel and start firing it off for their Alliance. But MC Squared is trying to position themselves right in front of their hub for the exact right spot where they want to score that fuel going into our end game period right now. As now both of these hubs are active, as Scott's bots is collecting more fuel from the center, so is MC Squared. But the defense from the Coated Dragons has been ruthless against the Blue Alliance as their help is keeping this game in Alliance 5's favor as this Alliance is possibly looking to crest 100 points. They're at 99. Onaway sent some more up. They've crested 100 points with 5 seconds left. Alliance 6 is hot on their heels though, so they're looking to see if they have enough time before the end of lower bracket, round 3, match 9. I've got the thumbs up. Let's see our final. With a score of 101-85. As Alliance 5 winning means that they move on in the lower bracket, but Alliance 6 is going home. But we must also give a huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 6 for playing here this weekend. They've got their captains, 95-41, that's MC Squared. Their first pick, Team 71-55, the Robotic Rangers. And their second pick, Team 47-76, the Scott's Bots.
Next up, lower bracket round 3, match number 10, where we'll have our number 2 alliance in red and the number 8 alliance in blue. The winner of this match stays alive in the lower bracket, but once again, the losing alliance will have 2 losses and unfortunately will be eliminated, finishing in a tie for 5th place. All right, let's meet our teams. On your red alliance, your captain, 1684.
1684 from Lapeer, Michigan. They're the Chimeras.
In the center spot, we've got 141.
From Holland, it's Wobot.
Down on right end, we've got 5547.
From Hale, Michigan, they're the Talons. Your Red Alliance.
Down on the blue side, let's welcome back 7768.
From Iron River, they're the Automatons.
In the center, we've got 7250.
From Oscoda, they're the Oscoda Owls.
Rounding out this alliance, we've got 6114.
From Hamilton, they're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
All right, we're already here on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
As we're starting our next playoff match here, we're in the lower bracket as these alliances are trying to keep their hopes alive. As Chimeras gets a little stuck underneath the trench, but their turret is in the right position to just keep firing away all that fuel. As these Blue Alliance robots are trying to keep it close. As Alliance 8 takes the initial lead as we head into our driver control, but ending our transition shift, it looks like it will be the Red Alliance going to take the first shift of the match. As we're going to see the Chimeras still firing away, as the Automatons are still trying to play some defense against both Wobot and the Chimeras, going underneath their trench. Following the Chimeras are on the field. The Talons try to get in the way. Wobot is back and moving. Ending this Alliance shift, we're heading over to the blue side. As Alliance 8 is looking to try to take this game back from Alliance 2. As they're starting to get close, these robots are firing away. They've taken the lead from Alliance 2 with 11 seconds left in this shift. As the Chimeras are gathering more fuel from the center of the field, the Talons are doing the same thing as the Automatons are playing some impressive defense against Wobot, preventing them from getting back to their side of the field as now the Chimeras are firing away. As a hard hit between Wobot and the Automatons means that Wobot is struggling to move around a little bit, but they're still firing away regardless of the defense. As Alliance 2 is trying to take back the lead. 6 seconds left in the shift, a minute left in match play. That's 3 seconds left in the shift now. Going to go back over to the Blue Alliance. They have the opportunity to take this lead back. Is this the last Alliance-specific shift of the match? at 72-50 and 61-14. Still firing away as the Automatons have been playing impressive defense this entire time, making sure that their other Alliance partners are completely undefended over here. As Alliance 8 is taking the lead, we're going into our endgame period, and Alliance 2 has started firing away, but they're already at a massive deficit under Alliance 8, but they're still firing away, trying to score those points, but Wobot is bottomed out on fuel. Automatons are still playing defense against the Chimeras. They're not letting them score. That might have been the key to them winning this whole match. 8 seconds left, and Alliance 8 might cross 200 points going into the last 1 second of our lower bracket match. All right, looks like I have the final scores. The upset with a score of 207 to 158. And that yellow card above Alliance 8 is in violation of G416. At Alliance 8 winning that match. They do move on, but we must still give the huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 2 for coming out here to Lake City and playing this weekend. We have your captains, Team 1684, the Chimeras, Team 141, Wobot, and their partners, Team 5547, the Talons.
All right, folks, that wraps up round 3. We're now going to take a short break, get ready for round 4, let these robots cool off, let the teams cool off a little bit. During this break, we're going to celebrate our Digital Animation and Safety Animation Award winners and finalists. Let's check out their great work.
Always wear your gear, yeah, keep it tight. Use your tools safe, do it right. Keep it clean, keep it clear, don't let chaos lurk. Recycle that waste, make safety work. Turn off the lights, machines, and screens when you leave the shop. Keep it green, we work smart, we don't get hurt. 'Cause safety's first, safety's first.
Let's take a trip, dig deep, and uncover the ancient texts of safety and sustainability in the workshop. Using personal protective equipment in the workshop ensures the safety of all first teammates. It's important to always wear safety glasses, closed-toed shoes, and to secure loose-fitting garments. Maintaining and taking care of tools can also go hand in hand with key safety practices. When tools are maintained properly, it reduces the chance of them breaking or becoming hazardous. So always make sure tools are put away correctly. Lastly, reducing and recycling materials like cans and batteries can help support a clean atmosphere for the team to work sustainably. Using PPE, maintaining tools, and recycling materials are essential practices for ensuring safety, efficiency, and sustainability in the workshop.
Every discovery begins with one choice: to stay safe.
In robotics, like archaeology, we protect our team and our tools.
So explorers must protect their workspace.
We start with the essentials: the manual, gloves, and safety glasses.
Caution: when handling heavy objects like treasure, always make sure to have someone's help.
Always keep safe distance from sharp objects like saws.
That's why we power down first before replacing blades or making adjustments.
Safe restoration starts with safe materials.
We inspect carefully. Keep what's safe and recycle what's damaged.
Always use fresh batteries and install them properly.
Always remember to turn off your robot, machines, and tools before leaving.
And when we explore responsibly, we build a future that lasts.
All right, Lake City, we're getting ready for round 4. The stakes are raised because we will soon find out who one of our finalists is going to be. We're in the upper bracket, round 4, match 11, where we've got the number 1 alliance in red, the number 3 alliance in blue. The winner of this match gets an express ticket directly to the finals. The losing alliance, well, they're not done yet. They'll drop down to the lower bracket for a second chance at getting into the finals. Looks like we're ready to meet our teams. On your red alliance, Captain number 1, it's 3603.
From Reed City, Michigan, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
My downstream neighbors, it's 9650.
From Mayo, they're the Mayo Thunderbots.
Rounding out your number 1 alliance, it's 2054.
From Hopkins, they're the Tech Vikes.
On your blue alliance, let's say hello to 3536.
From Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
In the center spot, we've got 4983.
From Mansalona, they're the Iron Bots.
Your Alliance 3 captain, 226.
From Troy, they're the Hammerheads.
We're set on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right away at the start of our autonomous period, we've got 4 robots heading to the center of the field again, as it looks like these Red Alliance robots, nope, it's the blue ones that are the first one to fire off all of their fuel. But Reed City and the Tech Vikes are firing off from the red side. The Hammerheads and the Electro Eagles doing it from the blue side. Electro Eagles are heading back to the center. As it's Alliance 1 that takes the lead as our drivers take control in our transition shift. Hopkins fires off more fuel, but the first Alliance shift is over to the red side as the Electro Eagles just keep firing away in between shifts. The Hammerheads are firing off a perfect salvo so far, straight down into the Blue Alliance hub as the Red Alliance robots are just gathering more fuel as 9650 is attempting to come back in this match as there's a little bit of time left in this Alliance shift, but it's headed over to the red side next as Cyber Coyotes absolutely unleash more fuel. Hopkins is right behind them. They're trying to find the right spot. They turn, they're in position. They're firing off a full salvo into that red hub as the Cyber Coyotes are doing the same thing. As it looks like 9650 is just hanging out and saving some battery power for their next match. Their alliance shift is ending as they take in the lead. But it's Alliance 3's turn to unleash all of that fuel into the hub for their alliance as they're all putting in work, trying to score some of that fuel up there as their human players are putting buckets up there as they're trying to bring this game back in their favor. There's some time left in their alliance-specific shift. They're going to take the lead with less than a minute left in play. They're trying to get it back now, though. They made it close. They're 151, 153, they did even it out. But Hopkins is trying to find the right spot where they want to go. But the Cyber Coyotes trying to move in the right spot as they unload a perfect salvo straight down into the red hub for their alliance. As Hopkins is trying to do what they can to get back in this match, as the Iron Bots decide that they want to start playing some defense against our red robots here, as that whistle means that we are in our end game, as we're already moving around, trying to score into both of these active hubs, as the Tech Vikes are working on issues, but the Thunderbots are back and moving in this game. As it looks like the Cyber Coyotes in the center of the field, but all those blue robots are trying to take this game back. Red Alliance is still ahead. They crossed 200 points. The Cyber Coyotes are putting in work, but the Blue Alliance robots might not have enough time for the end of the match. They tried to bring it back in their favor, but both of these alliances still put up an impressive showing in upper bracket, round 4, match 11. All right, I've got the thumbs up to see the final scores. There we go. Red Alliance, that match. As it takes it home with a 6-point game of 211 to 205. As Alliance 1 is our first alliance headed on to your finals. But Alliance 3 put up an impressive showing themselves. But their day is not done as they head on down to match 13.
Okay, now we move on. It's winner go home time here in the lower bracket. This is round 4, match 12. We've got the number 8 alliance in red. And the number 5 alliance in blue. The winner of this match is playing Staying Alive in the lower bracket. We'll have one more shot at getting to the finals. The losing alliance, well, they'll have 2 losses in the playoffs, and you know what that means by now. They're eliminated, finishing in 4th place. Let's meet our teams. In red, the captain of your number 8 alliance, 7768.
From Iron River, they're the Automatons.
In the center spot on red, we've got 7250.
From Oscoda, they're the Oscoda Owls.
Rounding out this alliance, we've got 6114.
From Hamilton, they're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
Down on red, captain of number 5, 5534.
From Onaway, they're the Onaway Autobots.
They're partnered up with 10421.
From Baldwin, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
Rounding out this alliance, we've got 2586.
From Calumet, they're the Copperbots.
It's not lost on me. We got Youper on Youper in this batch. Only one's going to prevail, though. All right, we're all set here on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right away, on away is the first robot into the center of the field, while Ascota is right behind. Each side is still firing off more fuel, but it looks like the Red Alliance is landing more. 6 seconds left in autonomous, and the Blue Alliance is encroaching on the 8's lead. As it's Alliance 8 that takes the first lead as the drivers take control. As 7250 bottoms out on a bunch of fuel, but the first Alliance ship of the match is heading over to the Blue Alliance. As the Hamilton Cyberhawks are trying to save their Alliance partner, but it looks like the Coated Dragons are trying to prevent them from doing that. But the Coated Dragons end up doing it for themselves. Ascota's back and moving in this game. As Alliance 5 has the lead back, but they're trying to grow it. As it looks like they're trying to get unstuck from each other over there. But now switching back over to the red side as the Hamilton Cyberhawks and the Ascota Owls are trying to move around with a floppy intake. But they've taken the lead back as 7768, ferrying more fuel over to their Alliance partners. It looks like they're still collecting more fuel while their Alliance ship is winding down as the next one is heading on over to the blue side. As the Calumet Copperbots have a lot of fuel in hand, but the 7768 machine is playing some impressive defense right now. Also looks like we have 2 red robots playing defense against 2 blue robots on the Blue Alliance side. During their shift, there's a minute left in play, less than a minute left in play, as their shift is winding down. As we're heading over to the red side, as it's a 5 out of 6 shift in this match. 50 seconds left, and 66-60 is the score. As I have to move out of the way a little bit so I don't get nailed in the head by a piece of fuel. But 61-14, still moving around, scoring that fuel regardless of any of that defense. Alliance 8 is holding on to their lead. As it looks like the Coated Dragons still trying to play some defense on the red side, going into our end game. As both of these hubs are now active. As we're seeing the Copperbots unleash more fuel as Onaway is trying to move around, collect some more. Alliance 8 is still holding on to a lead. It's very close, but the Copperbots are almost bringing it back in their favor. There's not a lot of time left in this match as 61-14 still trying to move around. They've crossed the 100-point mark on Alliance 8. Alliance 8 might pull off another upset going into the end of that match. All right, I've got the thumbs up for final scores. We're going to take a look up here on the screen. With a score of 134-80. As it turns out, 4 major fouls for a violation of Rule G420 tower protection can go a very long way, as Alliance 8 does move on to match 13, but Alliance 5 gets to start preparing for their next event. But we must give a huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 5 for coming out here and playing in Lake City this weekend. They've got their captains, Team 5534, the Onaway Onabots, Team 2586, the Calumet Copperbots, and Team 10421, the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
All right, folks. We're going to take a break from the competition now to hand out some hardware. Let's welcome back our hardworking judges, everybody. Let's give them a round of applause. Teams, when your name is called, when you've won an award, the pattern is very simple. Come down onto the field in front of the judges here, starting from the lobby side, receive their congratulations and your awards, proceed over to the first banner for a photo opportunity, receive the congratulations of the crowd, and then move on. Got it good? Okay. And it's our tradition in 3 years working together. Ethan and I are going to split up the award ceremonies, and this year I give him the honor of handing out the big ones at the end. So let's give it up for Ethan. All right, we're ready on the AV side. Our first award, the Imagery Award, is in honor of Jack Kamen for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic, integration of machine and team appearance. Let's hear what the judges had to say about our winner. This team figured out how to make sure everyone's ideas could be shared and communicated. The team demolished communication barriers. The sky's the limit for recruiting. They shared their creation with others so that any team can recruit from a broader range of talent. Congratulations, team number 6121, the Robotics. The Gracious Professionalism Award celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values such as continuous gracious professionalism, sportsmanship, and working together both on and off the playing field. Here's what our judges had to say about the winner. This team dug deep and left their bot to help other teams with their coding. No bones about it, practicing gracious professionalism in other parts of their life will serve this team well. This team took gracious professionalism to the next level by hosting a treasured event. Congratulations, team number 8041, the Lake City Ultrabots. The Team Spirit Award celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. Here's what the judges had to say about this weekend's winner. Team Spirit is coded deep in their fabric. Their persistent squeak can be heard throughout the competition. Don't forget to cash in your duck buck. Congratulations, team number 7250, the Oscoda Owls. The Rising All-Star Award celebrates a team that has persisted through challenges despite the difficulties of being young. This could be the result of being a new team or a team with recent turnover in membership. Here's what the judges had to say about today's winner. This team endured an epic knowledge gap when all of their juniors and seniors graduated. The most ancient member on their team is a sophomore. The team now consists of 8th, 9th, and 10th graders. Great discoveries lie ahead for this team. Congratulations, team number 3537, Delta Force from Indian River. Do we have anyone from Delta Force left in the house? The last of the Mohicans. All right, that concludes our first award segment. Thank you very much. Yeah. Lake City, Alliance number 3 has called for a backup robot. So for our next match, we will welcome to the field Team 7855 to play this match with the number 3 Alliance. All right, Lake City, listen up for an important announcement. If we have teams and/or mentors who are willing and able to stay and help with teardown, we need some of the adult representatives to come down, meet with Calvin, and he's going to assign the duty roster for that activity. Many hands make light work, but many hands unorganized make for chaos, and that's what he's trying to avoid. Let's meet our teams. On the red side, let's start out with 35-36.
From Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
Jumping in because they're needed. Let's welcome 78-55.
From Mesick, Michigan, it's Chronic Robophobia.
And your lens captain, 226.
From Troy, they're the Hammerheads.
I hear you guys were trying to make a deal for dinner. Down here on your blue alliance, let's start out with 77-68. Your Alliance 8 captain.
From Iron River, Michigan, they're the Automatons.
Their partners, 72-50.
From Oscoda, they're the Oscoda Owls.
Rounding out this alliance, we've got 61-14.
From Hamilton, they're the Hamilton Cyberhawks.
This match determines who joins Alliance number 1 in the finals. On the AT&T field, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Getting our last lower bracket match started as both of these alliances, and Alliance 3 and Alliance 8, trying to keep their playoff hopes alive, as now the Electro Eagles and the Hammerheads are firing salvos away into their red hub, as Alliance 8 wasn't too shabby themselves, as they're trying to even it up here with Alliance 3. Alliance 3 does take the lead as our drivers take control, which means that in our transition shift, the Red Alliance hub is flashing that light is, but now it's headed over to the blue side as the Hammerheads try to play some defense against all of the Blue Alliance robots as they're heading on their way. But 61-14 headed back to the center to try to grab some more fuel, but Oscoda is completely undefended as they're trying to get into the right spot where they want it to keep on firing off that fuel, as now they're in their stride. They're agitating their intake, trying to get this in the right spot where they want it. But now it's the Red Alliance absolutely firing away all of that fuel into their hub as the Hammerheads and the Electro Eagles are trying to get around some of the defense of 61-14, whereas Misik is trying to play some defense against that defense that's being played against them. 5 seconds left in this transition shift, and Alliance 3 has already crossed 100 points. As now it's shifting back on over to the blue side as the Cyberhawks immediately make their way back over as 72-50 looking to collect some more fuel from their depot and underneath their tower as the Cyberhawks are handing some fuel over to their human players as Skoda Owls unleashes that fuel as their Alliance partners, the Automatons, trying to play some defense. They've taken back the lead from Alliance 3. But guess what? Now it's the Red Alliance's turn to start firing away. 50 seconds left in the match. And it looks like Alliance 3 is going to take back their lead as there's 2 robots playing defense against these 3 robots here as the Electro Eagles get smart, going over to the blue side to start collecting more fuel as the Cyberhawks are playing defense against them. But the Hammerheads are firing away as we are headed into our endgame period where both of these hubs are active as the Blue Alliance robots are making their way back over to keep scoring more fuel, but the Hammerheads are trying to collect more as they're getting right beside their tower. Electro Eagles doing the same. Hammerheads trying to fire away. They're still keeping the lead. Alliance 8 is close though. But the Hamilton and Oscoda machine still firing away. But it looks like Alliance 3 might hold on to their lead before they end up playoff match number 13. Well, I had fun in that match. It looks like everyone else did too. All right, I've got the thumbs up for the final score. Taking it home with a score of 173 to 139 as Alliance 3 as our next finalist alliance. But Alliance 8 put up a very impressive showing themselves, taking Alliance 3 to the brink. Since they did lose again in the lower bracket, we must give them a huge round of applause and congratulations to come out here and play in Lake City this weekend. They got their captains, Team 77-68, the Automatons, Team 61-14, the Hamilton Cyberhawks, and their partners, Team 72-50, the Oscoda Owls.
Athan, once again, it's good to agree to be a backup. All right, folks. Welcome to awards ceremony segment number 2. And Tin Man's going to do the honors.
Oh, thank you, Ken. Well, the next award we give out here is the Autonomous Award, sponsored by Google.org. The Autonomous Award, sponsored by Google.org, celebrates the team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomous actions during match play. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surroundings, position itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and execute tasks. This team don't need no stinking driver. Their robot could gather multiple loads of fuel and shoot almost all of them reliably into the hopper before some others barely got out of the box. This team blends their Nordic traditions with modern technology. The Autonomous Award, sponsored by Google.org, goes to Team 2054, the Tech Vikes.
From Hopkins, Michigan.
All right, our next award here in this block is the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation. The Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, celebrates a creative robotic component, concept, or attribute that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. This team has an amazing imagination. Ideas bending reality include a coordinate grid, a hood adjusting for distance, and a sweeper to feed fuel. The kicker is using virtual reality to get extraordinary capabilities while navigating the field. This led to a very high level of automation. The Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, goes to Team 7768, the Automatons.
From Iron River, Michigan.
And then while the automatons are taking care of that, the next award we have to give out is the Quality Award. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness and concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. Designing a quality robot is no day at the beach. Innovative use of simple props resulted in a robot design that didn't waste time. High praise to this team to watch. Your quality award goes to Team 7790 Baywatch Robotics.
From Harbor Springs, Michigan.
And we're gonna make sure their award gets to them. Absolutely. Still, hey, congratulations to Baywatch. You guys did very well. And now the last award we give out in this segment is the Industrial Design Award. The Industrial Design Award celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics. This team temporarily blinded the competition. Their elegant design was simple but highly effective. This team is on their way to a robust future. The Industrial Design Award goes to Team 5534, the On-Away Autobots.
From Onaway, Michigan. All right, that includes award segment number 2. We're going to be getting ready to play some finals. That was lame. We're going to get set to play the finals. All right, folks. This is your last chance to get some tasty concessions out in the atrium. Concession stand's going to close down at 1:45. So if you were thinking you were going to get some munchies after the finals, not going to happen. Concessions will close at 1:45. So get there before you get hangry. All right, Lake City, this is what it's all about. Welcome to your finals. The double elimination portion of this tournament is over. The finals are a traditional best 2 out of 3 contest. First alliance to 2 wins will be crowned champions. Let's meet our finalist alliances. Your first ranked alliance on red. Let's start out with their captain, 3603.
From Reed City, Michigan, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
Their partners, 9650.
From Mayo, Michigan, they're the Mayo Thunderbots.
And 2054.
2054, rounding out the alliance from Hopkins, Michigan, they're the Tech Vikes.
They are up against our number 3 alliance. On blue, let's start out with 3536.
From Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
They were ready, they were willing, and they proved able. It's 7855.
From
You're back
Music,
up.
Michigan, it's Chronic Robophobia.
And your alliance captain, Team 226.
From Troy, Michigan, they're the Hammerheads.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of first and gracious professionalism, we're going to do the traditional first handshake. You're going to come out on the judge's side, shake the hands of your opponent, return back to your line station, and then we'll get this show on the road. Teams, meet your competition. When you get through the handshake line, if you've not already done so, power up your robot. Lake City, finals match number 1. Now everyone's ready. Finals match number 1 on the AT&T field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Getting our first finals match started, and we've got 4 robots into the center of the field once again. As Cyber Coyotes still grab some more, but accidentally bottoms themselves out just a little bit. As the Blue Alliance has started firing away, but the Tech Vikes know why they won that autonomous award as they are landing a almost perfect salvo straight down into the hub for their alliance. As it's a 2-point, oh my God, they're already scoring. It's within 5 points as our drivers take control, but now the first alliance shift is heading over to the blue side as the Hammerheads are trying to dozer some of that fuel over to their human players as their team from Misik decides to try to take that over, doing the same thing. But the Mayo Thunderbots are immediately going to play some defense against your Blue Alliance. Tech Vikes are ferrying fuel over. Electro Eagles trying to get in the right position as they start firing away for their alliance. They have the lead taken right now. Now the alliance shift is back over on the red side. And the Tech Vikes and Cyber Coyotes are completely undefended over on the red side as they start to fire away with all that free fuel. As the Coyotes start to dip into the depot over there. As they start firing away a full salvo next to their alliance partners, 2054. They've already broken 100 points. They've taken this back, but now it's switching over to the blue side once again as the Electro Eagles are firing away all of that fuel as they're trying to get around their alliance partners in 7855. But the Hammerheads are also firing away as they're trying to bring this game back in their favor. They have enough time left in this shift, but there is only a minute left in match play as they have taken the lead back from our number 1 alliance. But now it's our next shift in the match. It's shift 5 out of 6 as the Cyber Coyotes are trying to steal some of that fuel back from the Hammerheads that are trying to steal it from them. But the Hopkins Tech Vikes are doing what they do best over by their outpost as they start firing away. But the number 1 Alliance has taken the lead back. They still have enough time left in their Alliance-specific shift, but now it's our end game as all of these robots are headed back to their sides as they start to fire off even more fuel for their Alliance as the Cyber Coyotes are temporarily getting bottomed out on some fuel. The number 3 Alliance has a chance to take it back. 12 seconds left, but Alliance 1 is still holding on to a lead, but the Blue Alliance is firing away. 6 seconds left, but the Hopkins is making sure that the Red Alliance stays in this game as we don't have any more time left for the end of finals match number 1.
Folks, while we wait for those scores to get sorted out, let's give another big round of applause to our field reset crew. That's the hardest working bunch in the business, I can tell you that. I just got reminded, and it was good that I did, that there's a group out there that we often forget about, but without them, this thing does not roll along. Let's give a big round of applause to our queuers and our queue crew. Getting them in the right place, in the right time, to the extent that they can. Let's get this stretched out. Maybe get it strung out all the way down to McBain. All right, Lake City. We've got an important announcement to make. Right? So please pay attention to what's going to go on here. There was a field fault in finals number 1, which may have materially affected the outcome of that match. We will post the scores as they were calculated. So if you're wondering what this was all about, you know, I like to joke that there's no situation room in Manchester to override things. Well, actually there is. And this is why it exists. So we make sure that the play was fair. And now we're going to clear the deck, and we're going to replay finals number 1 with the same lineups we had. So sit tight. We're going to get those robots back on the field. So let's get those robots back out on the field and get ready for a replay of finals number 1. Officially, we've got a 6-minute timer, but you guys can get on the field at any time now. Four minutes till match start time. 4 minutes till match start time.
not do this again.
All right, we got about 20 seconds. Replay, finals one. We're ready. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, finals match number one. Apparently, as we've always been over here, and it starts out the exact same way as 4 robots heading to the center of the field first. Electro Eagles and Hammerhead start firing away. Reed City and Hopkins start firing away as that Outpost Auto is helping to bring the #1 Alliance back. But it's Alliance 3 that takes the lead going into our driver control period as our first Alliance shift of this finals match is going over to the red side as the Mayo Thunderbots are trying to get themselves unstuck. They've got it. Misik is going over to the red side to try to play defense, but the Cyber Coyotes are back in hand. They're looking to fire off all that fuel alongside the Tech Vikes. They've already crossed 100 points. 5 seconds left in this shift. And the Cyber Coyotes are firing extra. But now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to try to get this game back in their favor as the Hammerheads try to fire some more away. It looks like the Electro Eagles are firing off from the audience side as the Tech Vikes looking to try to collect some fuel while playing defense, while the Electro Eagles doing the same thing against them. 7 seconds left in this shift at Alliance 3. Still trying to get more fuel, but the Hammerheads and the Eagles fire off more fuel as they're trying to bring this match closer in their favor. But it's 20:54 and 36:03 taking care of business as they dip into the Red Alliance depot at the start of this. As the Tech Vikes agitating, firing away. Cyber Coyotes doing the same. 1 minute left in play, less than a minute left in play. As the Chronic Robophobia attempting to play defense. But now it's the Blue Alliance's turn in their last Alliance-specific shift of the match. They've got an 80-point deficit that they have to try to make back as both the Electro Eagles and the Hammerheads trying to obtain more fuel for their Alliance as their human players are firing more off, but Electro is firing away even more fuel into their hub. Hammerheads are trying to get in that right position for their Alliance, but now we are off in our end game as both of these hubs are now active and the Coyotes have fired off a full salvo into their hub for their Alliance. 20:54. Trying to bring this game even farther away from Alliance 3's hands as they're increasing their lead. But Alliance 3 is still in this match and scoring and scoring. The Electro Eagles, they're landing some more for their Alliance, but the Hammerheads are trying to get some last-minute scores for them. But it looks like we don't have enough time left in this match as Alliance 1 comes out with the initial lead for the end of finals match number 1. All right, I've got the thumbs up for the final scores as they're going. Their first finals match with a score of 250 to 161. As everyone remembers, you need at least 2 wins here in the finals to become champions, which means Alliance 3 isn't out of this yet.
Now with that, we'll welcome our judges back onto the field. For award segment number 3, All right, our AV is all set up. Now, in this segment, we're going to hand out 4 awards. Let's begin. The Innovation in Control Award, sponsored by nVent, celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components, electrical, mechanical, or software, to provide unique machine functions. Let's hear what our judges had to say about today's winner. This team demonstrated incredible innovation with a moving hood, high-speed shooting, and 3D vision. In order to go low and simple, they went through many iterations designing an innovative intake. They flinged fuel with the best of them. Congratulations, team number 3603, the Cyber Coyotes. The Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Littlefuse, celebrates the team whose machine incorporates an engineering solution designed to have components work together seamlessly. Let's hear what the judges had to say about this winner. The team melted the competition. The judges liked that this creature could see in all directions simultaneously. 3 cheers to this 3-headed monster. Congratulations, team number 1684, the Chimeras from Lapeer. The Team Sustainability Award, sponsored by Dow, celebrates a team that has developed sustainable practices that focus on a triple bottom line, that is, people, prosperity, and planet, to have a positive impact and achieve long-term continuity. Here's what the judges had to say about today's winner. This bunch has planted a seed that has grown into a flourishing team. As their talent blossoms, they find ways to build in the community. Their plan eliminates all woes. Congratulations, team number 141, the Wobot from Holland, Michigan. Judges Award. During the course of a competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamic merits special recognition. Let's hear what the judges had to say about this team. The judges didn't have to dig too deep to find this gem. This resourceful team had a mastery of every facet of their robot. The judges' award is given for all-around excellence. Congratulations, team number 2586, the Copperbots from Calumet, Michigan. Well, that concludes this award segment. We're going to get ready for finals number 2 and find out, are we going to crown a champion or are we going to go to 3? Stay tuned. All right, let's reintroduce our teams for finals match number 2. On your Red Alliance, your number 1 alliance after all those qualifications and through a grueling playoff. Let's start out with 3603.
From Reed City, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
Their partners, 9650.
From Mayo, they're the Mayo Thunderbots.
And 2054.
From Hopkins, they're the Tech Vikes.
Down on your Blue Alliance, we've got 3536.
From Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
And able to get back in the game, it's 4983.
From Mansalona, they're the Iron Bots.
Your captain, the number 3 Alliance, 226.
From Troy, they're the Hammerheads.
This match likely has 1 or 2 outcomes. 1, we crown the champion here at Lake City 2026. The other, we play one more time. There's a third option that I'm not going to mention. Been there, done that. Ethan and I got the scars to prove it, so let's just not even think those thoughts. Finals match number 2 on the AT&T field. Ready, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right away, it's Reed City and Tech Vikes. First ones to the center of the field. Hammerheads and Electro Eagles right beside them as they're both positioning to start firing off that fuel. But the Tech Vikes are going for their outpost auto as they're trying to release some more. But they're getting stuck on the outpost door as Tech Vikes fire one more off. As Alliance 3 initially takes the lead, as our drivers take control, but the Mayo Thunderbots are in the right position to start firing off some more fuel as the Red Alliance robots are the first ones there. As the Hammerheads playing some defense against Reed City as they're moving over. The Iron Bots are trying to play defense, but the Cyber Coyotes are dumping all of that fuel straight down, looking to try to take back the lead from our number 3 Alliance. They're dipping close to their depot as the Tech Vikes also firing away, trying to play some more from the ground, but it's Alliance 3 that has the next shift as the Hammerheads and the Electro Eagles just start firing all that fuel down into their hub as they're on opposite sides of their Alliance side. But that's A-okay as they are completely undefended. Cyber Coyotes and Tech Vikes trying to move over, but they are generating a massive lead over Alliance 1 that they have to try to take it back as they're trying to do that right now as Reed City starts firing off more fuel as they're landing it through. But 9650 is trying to play defense in the center of the field as the Hammerheads are trying to take some more of that fuel out from on the Red Alliance noses. As we only have a minute left in play, as the Red Alliance has a massive lead to try to take care of. But Alliance 3 is looking to play spoiler season as Heartland is getting in position. Troy's getting in position as they're trying to wind up. It looks like it's just Troy right now as they're on their side, as Electro Eagles are trying to play defense alongside their alliance partners over there, as the Iron Bots look like they're just trying to save some battery power. This might give the other alliance a chance to try to come back in this match. We are in our end game, as we're already seeing Hopkins and Reed City trying to collect some more fuel for their alliance. As it looks like the Electro Eagles and the Iron Bots are kind of just hanging out, trying to disrupt these alliances' way. But there's only 12 seconds for the Red Alliance to score at least 100 more points to win this match. But Alliance 3 has already crossed 250. They're aiming for 260. They only have 1 second left here for finals match number 2. All right, I've got the thumbs up for final score. Heading on to a tiebreaker. with a score of 265 to 170. Alliance 3 does take that match home. And even if there were not all of those major penalties there, the Blue Alliance would have still won that match. But we are still heading on to a finals tiebreaker after this.
All right, we're going to do a partial set of award segment number 4, waiting for the tiebreaker. So if I can ask the judges to get up and get into position, but they're already there. They're thinking folks.
It's all right. Thank you for the judges for getting up for this segment. But our next award here, we get to give out the Rookie All-Star Award. The Rookie All-Star Award celebrates the rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This Rookie All-Star team has the energy to dig deep and the drive to complete their undertakings. Our hope is for this club to continue to grow. We wouldn't be surprised to learn that this team locates the ARC, qualifying to compete for the Rookie All-Star Award at the district championship is team 11437, the Addison Robotics Club. That's the ARC. All right, while the ARC is taking care of that, the next award we hand out here is your District Championship First Leadership Award semifinalist. The District Championship First Leadership Award semifinalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. District Championship First Leadership Award semifinalists recognized here today will move forward to compete at the District Championship. And then today here in Lake City, we would like to ask the following student to come down here to the judges to please be recognized. We'd like to please congratulate Finnegan E. from Team 3536. And now our next award in this block is the Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX. The Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX, celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team, school, or organization and community. This team's double-barrel shooter helps them aim for the stars. Their supercharged energy towards STEM has allowed them to reach great heights. Beware their eaglet are in the shadows waiting to take flight. Qualifying to compete for the Engineering Inspiration Award at the district championship is Team 3536, the Electro Eagles. And then the Electro Eagles are taking care of that. That was the last award we do get to give out in this block. So once everyone's ready, the judges get to take a little rest as they're getting ready for our next finals match.
Lake City, we were having so much fun, we decided to play one more.
Don't jinx it, Ken. Please don't.
One more. Just one more. And all the cliches apply. This one's for all the marbles. Live or die, win or go home.
Go home.
That's the reality. Well, yeah, the reality is that even if we win, we go home. Let's meet our teams for our final tiebreaker. Your number one alliance on red, 3603.
From
your
Reed
captain.
City, they're the Cyber Coyotes.
In the center, 9650.
From Mayo, they're the Thunderbots.
You know them, you love them, it's 2054.
From Hopkins, they're the Tech Vikes.
Your number 3 alliance. These guys, they're hauling a lot of metal home this weekend. 3536.
From Heartland, they're the Electro Eagles.
Their partner, 4983.
From Mansalona, they're the Iron Bots.
Be careful where you swim with 226.
From
Your
Troy,
alliance.
they're the Hammerheads. Your alliance captain.
All right, Lake City, for the tiebreaker. Audience, count it down with me. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
So the Cyber Coyotes and the Tech Vikes are the first ones to the center of the field, as the Electro Eagles and the Hammerheads aren't too far behind. But the Iron Bots over on the blue side are trying to get in the right position. But Hopkins is doing their trademark outpost auto as they are firing a constant line of fuel over into that hub as they launch off a perfect auto. But the number 3 Alliance is still ahead. But we are in our transition period now, as it looks like it is switching over to the Red Alliance side for our first Alliance-specific shift of the match, as 4983 tries to disrupt some of the fuel that's over on the red side, as the Tech Vikes are deciding to start ferrying fuel over. 9650 trying to get unstuck as the Tech Vikes help them get unstuck, back and moving. 5 seconds left in this shift, and the Red Alliance has taken the lead, but now it's winding down, heading over to the blue side as the Eagles and the Hammerheads start firing away all of that fuel down into their hub, as the Thunderbots are trying to play some defense against the Hammerheads, but both of those robots are undeterred, as it looks like they have taken back the lead in their Alliance shift, as Tech Vice tries to move over and play some more defense, maybe grab some more fuel, but Reed City is hanging out over here trying to get in the right position. As they're moving closer enough to their hub, they start firing away. So do the Tech Vikes. They unleash a massive torrent of fuel in there, as they have taken the lead back from Alliance 3. 10 seconds left in this shift as we are winding down. We are winding down into the last minute of play, as Alliance 1 is getting close to getting 200 points. But now it's switching over to the blue side, as the Electro Eagles are in the perfect position to start firing off that fuel once again. They're going over right in front of their driver station, possibly into their depot. But the Thunderbots are playing defense against the Hammerheads, as the Eagles are completely undefended. Tech Vikes going to steal some fuel from the other side. Electro Eagles gathering fuel from the middle. They collide in the center. But the Blue Alliance is at a deficit going into our end game, as now both of these hubs are active, as it looks like Reed City and Hopkins just start firing away. The defense from the Iron Bots isn't doing much to come back from this deficit, but Alliance 3 still has enough time to try to come back in this match, as the Hammerheads are firing away. Electro Eagles fire away. Both sides are unleashing a constant torrent of fuel, as Alliance 1 is getting close to 300 points, but Alliance 3 is only getting close to 200 for our finals tiebreaker here in Lake City. All right, I've got the thumbs up for final scores. We get district champions as Alliance 1 pulls it off with a score of 275 to 188. And while it did go to a tiebreaker, we also must congratulate your finalist Alliance 3 for making it all the way to the end of your Lake City competition, with their captains, Team 226, the Hammerheads. Their first pick, 35-36, the Electro Eagles. 49-83, the Iron Bots. And their backup, Team 78-55, Chronic Robophobia. But we must also congratulate your champions here this weekend, as we get to say congratulations to Alliance 1 captains, Team 3603, the Cyber Coyotes. Team 2054, the Tech Vikes. And 9650, the Mayo Thunderbots.
Your Lake City 2026 champions. Wow, was that a great competition or what? Thanks for everyone who made the last few days such a success, from sponsors to the planning committee, the field crew, especially the field crew, scoring table folks, volunteers, pits, machine shop. Thank you to all the volunteers. Let's give them a round of applause. Mentors, thank you. You're the key to success for many students. Students, please stand up and show your appreciation for your mentors. Teams, it's not easy to do what you just did, especially this weekend. We had our share of challenges. We might still have a few challenges facing us, but you've invested your time, your energy, your heart, your soul to make this all worthwhile, because this is your future. This is why we do this. Old people like me, you know, our future's not that far down the road. You guys have got a lot of years ahead of you. Hope you feel encouraged, empowered, and can see the benefits of teamwork. Anything you can build your skills and the powerful support of the First community behind you. Now it's time to recognize a group of leaders. First alumni. Would all the first alumni, it means you're not on a current team, please stand up and wave. We got a lot of them here. Thank you for all you do to continue the mission of First and inspire the next generation. Now let's recognize those who will soon be First alumni. Would all students in their final year of high school please stand up? This may be the last time we see you guys on the field, but you know, you'll follow tradition and we may see you in that alumni group later on. We look forward to seeing what you guys do next. And now, Ethan's going to hand out some more hardware.
So now we're first up, we get to recognize our district finalists here this weekend. Your district finalist award celebrates the alliance that made it to the final match of the competition. First recognizes the talent of these outstanding competitors. They were sensational, and we are proud to honor them. And we get to recognize your alliance number 3, but we get to bring up their captains, Team 226, the Hammerheads. Their team is big. We got to wait for them. And now as they are walking by, we get to bring on their finalist alliance first pick, Team 35-36, the Electro Eagles. And then as the Eagles are walking by, we also get to recognize their next pick, Team 4983, the Iron Bots. And then we also have to congratulate their backup on their alliance, Team 7855, Chronic Robophobia. And as our finalist alliance finishes their recognition, we next get to give out your district event winner awards. The Lake City District Champions formed a powerful alliance who rose to the many challenges of rebuild and proved to be an exciting and competitive combination. They can now proudly hang a winner's banner in their pit. And we get to first bring out your winning alliance captain, Team 3603, the Cyber Coyotes. And then next up, we get to congratulate your Alliance 1 partners, Team 2054, the Tech Vikes! And then last but not least, we get to congratulate your other winning alliance partner, Team 9650, the Mayo Thunderbots. And then, as our winning alliance is clearing out, the last award that we get to hand out here today is the First Impact Award. The First Impact Award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards First's mission of transforming our culture. The recipient team will be invited to the district championship, where it will compete for the First Impact Award against winners from other qualifying events and compete with their robot. Enthusiasm is like a ripple in the water. When a team converts that enthusiasm into action, it is sure to make an impact by capitalizing on the opportunity to teach at all levels, inspire worldwide, develop team members, sponsor relationships, and engage with students of all abilities. This team has turned the tide and impacted many students and communities. The First Impact Award goes to Team 226, the Hammerheads! All right, and as the Hammerheads are going through the judge line, they do have an impact video for us. Go on to take a look.
Over the course of 29 years, Team 226 Hammerheads has been pushing the boundaries of STEAM to create more than robots. We've built systems that create access, opportunity, and lasting impact. Because not every kid gets access to STEAM early, and when access is missing early, it usually stays missing. So, we decided to build it ourselves. We start with something small, one table, one Lego, one kid at a time. We open doors to robotics and STEAM in classrooms that rarely get a chance to explore it, impacting over 200 students through our Makerspace for All program alone, created specifically for special needs children in our community. We bring joy through robotics at children's hospitals, offering them a chance to create, explore, and be inspired for their futures. We teach students who don't have local programs to explore STEAM, expanding opportunities beyond our own community to over 100 students internationally in India. We set up robots at local carnivals and give over 75 kids a chance to participate in STEAM. Our summer camps bring 30 students into more than 20 hours of programming, engineering, and design. Students work with real robots and real code, building skills that move back into their schools and neighborhoods. They build projects they can explain, present, and improve, showing other kids what's possible when you get hands-on. And to expand our reach beyond our walls, our BrickLink store, technically Robot League, turns what we build here into national impact, funding local access in Troy while connecting teams across the country to FLL LEGO. And because of that effort, every Friday, 80 to 100 students walk through our doors, week after week. They don't come to watch robotics, they come to use it, and they take what they learned back to their schools and friends, and they apply it in classrooms, projects, and everyday problem solving.
I like programming the robots and building the robots.
We give them a space to solve problems the way we do, by trying, failing, and fixing, and teaching each other as they go.
And through Mind Games, our Magna-supported docu-series created with Teams 503 and 51, we share our journey with more than 273,000 viewers, giving students and teams insight into how collaboration, engineering, and problem-solving happen throughout a season. And reaching over 520 students in our annual FLL and FTC season qualifiers, Chuckfest in My Hand, our programs give more kids the chance to explore, create, and be inspired by their own discoveries.
Culminating into the fact that STEAM is something anyone can share, and the spirit of First and Hammerheads doesn't stop in the room. It moves through schools, families, and the community.
Congratulations, Hammerheads. Well, folks, that concludes our event. Oh, but wait. We're going to have a Billy Mays moment. Wait, there's more. We've got a teaser for next season. Don't know what that is. Thank you so much. You've been such a lovely audience. We'd like to take you home with us, but we're not going to. Be safe. It could be treacherous out there. Good luck going home. Good luck to all the teams going forward. And for some of you, Ethan and I will see you next week in Traverse City West.